All right, how are we doing? Let's see, I gotta get this ready to wheel over. Dog is upstairs. She hung out for a minute. She was under the desk, sleeping. But I don't know, she gets so annoyed at me making noise lately. Sad, it's a sad state of affairs. Okay, let's get this packed in. I gotta wheel the 3D printer over. Gotta explore that one. What's going on here? Is that locked? No. Click. Let's put this one to actually keep it out of the way. And then the 3D printer. Let's see here. Well, the Raspberry Pi is going to have to be powered off briefly while I wheel this thing over. Yeah, it's double-sided tape back here. Goodbye, Raspberry Pi. You are now powered off. Powered down. Let's get the printer cart all the way over. Bring the CPAP hose with us. We don't need this superfluous plate. There's also, I wonder if I should try to install a light on the front, and I could tie that to a different PWM so I could actually dim it. Oh my God, there's like tumbleweeds of dog hair in here. All right, let's keep this over to the side. I'm gonna have to wheel over the mic cable. Ah, I don't fit. No. Okay. Bada bing, ready for surgery. This is DJ Shadow, by the way. Mr. Sandman, van me a sand, just what? In the 1940s song? Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. All right, let's make some room here. So I've been working with the software that we put on the controller, and I've been able to get it sort of to do what I want it to do. Everything seems to be all right. It's just there's so much that you can do with this controller and an 8-channel radio. I could put lights and stuff on here and activate them with various buttons on this. I could have like different functions happen with this stuff, because this is like apparently a really popular combo for like rock crawler RC, where they have multiple different channels and multiple different steering techniques and stuff. You can like lock differentials and do all kinds of pretty crazy stuff just from the controller. Pretty awesome. Oh yeah, this showing's going to run out very quickly. But I'm only using 3 channels. I've got up to 8 on the receiver over here. I still have yet to take it on a test drive, but now I'm actually able, that thing is loud. I'm actually able to control how this thing corrects itself. So you can see here, look at how pigeon-toed that is. It's like the wiggle room, there's too much wiggle and everything. You can see how it's correcting itself when the gyro's active, so it's sliding to the side and it tries to correct itself. That's just because the servo starts in a neutral position. When I hit this button here, that activates it at -50. So now it is much less sensitive. If I hit it again, it goes to -100 and it's off. So there's no correction. That's what I wanted. The only problem is I can't edit that number. There is no feature that lets me edit that number in the multi-position bank. What I can do is I can affect where the servo is currently. So I can slide it back and forth, and I can actually turn up or down. You gotta remember the number line here. You see, this was the minimum setting that I could achieve. But now I can go lower than that, and I can go in towards -100, and this will be much more stable. See how it's just very subtly changing the direction. That's what I need to reach top speed. But then if I hit the button again, we go back to -50. I chose -50 as kind of like a happy place on that side of the number line. I have never heard that parody. I don't know. It sounds fun, but I don't know. Cool stuff. Like, I can finally actually like mess with this. And when I find my happy number, I guess I can just go into the settings and set it. You have to go. The settings are so confusing on this hacked radio. There's so much available, and there's so many different features that I don't really use. Like this one is a timer. There's a timer associated with this. And I could set the timer so that when I hit the throttle, it sets off the timer. I need to work on how exponential the throttle is too. Wait, why is that going? This was not supposed to be active reverse. That's supposed to be brake. What the heck? Ugh. This speed controller. It's a DOS Micro speed controller. In order to set the setting, I have to do the following. Let me pull it up on the other monitor. I'll do a little bit of hold on, I gotta do the DJ thing. This one would definitely get me a copyright strike. The Nobody Speak. Every car commercial in the world is apparently using this fucking song. I need to restart it from the beginning too, because you don't get the very beginning of that riff. There we go. I'm sure the car companies would love the fact that one of the very first lyrics in the song is, "I'm a bag of dicks, put me to your lips." This one. Don't add it to my cart. Actually, I should probably buy another one of these because I do have enough parts to build another RC car. This one has been a lot to handle, though. So what we need to do is we need to hold down the set button until we get to the first setting. All right. So I don't need the radio for this. I can turn that off. And then I need to hold down the set button and connect power at the same. I really should wire in the switch. And then when we get just the beep for on green, 1, 2, 3, I need it to be forward reverse with brake. So that's 1, 1, 2, and then now that's set. So now, when I connect, it'll go forward, but it won't go backwards unless I double tap. I don't have a lot of room to be doing this right here, but yeah, now I can go forwards and backwards. Forwards, backwards. Is it 1 tap or 2? 1 tap and then backwards? Yeah, it is. Okay. So it's forwards and then 1 tap backwards. And then I have it limited at 20% speed. Whew. Okay, so I can finally race this thing around. Oh yeah, and since I just started up, I need to hit the channel 3 twice, and that turns off the gyro. Then if I hit it once, I get very subtle gyro correction, which is what I need in order to reach top speed. I guess the floor is too busy right now. Too busy around here. I have to keep it in my pants and not take this thing out and race it around. I would do that, but you guys would immediately recognize where I live and then would phone the police or something. Be like, this guy's breaking the law. His RC car is too fast. Too fats. For those watching the VOD, it's the song is Nobody Speak by DJ Shadow, and the lyrics are not in there, so it is fully by DJ Shadow. The other contribution to it is a wonderful music video and what are those guys called? Oh, I forget the name of the rap group, but it's kind of like a diss rap, and it's really awesome. I guess I could just play DJ Shadow's new album, unless Twitch would take immediate and fundamental offense to what I'm doing. Because YouTube doesn't hear anything. YouTube does not get the music. Twitch does. Twitch is a little bit more chill about that kind of stuff, but the VOD doesn't. Like, what would it take for me to get like Twitch to live take down my channel? I think I'd have to be like playing a movie, but I don't know. Is he playing a movie without a watch along? Get my gun. I guess this can move to a different cabinet. Well, And I want to do something with the thermal imager that my brother gave me. I want to put a battery on it We need to figure out a little bit more information about it because it definitely wants to charge a battery. So if I put a battery on it and I make like a little case for it, then I can put it in my pocket. Oh, and we can also reduce that size too. Those can move closer together. But, unless I put the battery in there. But yeah, so reduce the size. Well, not reduce the size. Put an enclosure around it. And then I can use this to find dog poop. That would be the use for this. That's my use case. Because sometimes Willow poops in the grass and you don't see where it is. And if I had even the lowest resolution, like the Lepton one that I have would be ideal. Because then you could actually see landmarks and be able to, you know, figure out what the hell's going on. But without that, this one, I mean, I don't have well, I do have another Lepton actually. I don't think this thing can take it though. I think there's one footprint on this. Yeah. So that's out. It's a neat little thing. It's a neat little thermal imager. My brother was like, does it even work? Like, what's wrong with this thing? Hey, what's up, Walrus? How you doing, man? Amazonian Walrus. A regular. Fresh or old? No, it's fresh, because you have to pick up your dog poop in this neighborhood. You have to pick up your dog poop. But there are times when she goes into like tall grass that I can't see. Let me get a USB-C cable over here. I want to take a look through this thing. These go over to a different area. So these, I want to get back to modular synthesizers too, but we got to work on burn the subs. I gotta pull that thing out of the back burner. It's been on the back burner for too long. But I want to get my 3D printer along because this is an ongoing 3D printer project. We got too many fires are burning right now in Botherton. Nobody speak, nobody gets choked. What was I getting? USB-C cable. I guess I gotta go find one. We'll use this one. This is a longer one. There's one right over here. Use it to charge my flashlight. Ah! There's a lot of screaming in the music video. Oh, you have a backyard. Yeah, no, we have a policy of picking up the poop. It's the polite thing to do. But every now and again, I can't find it. Hey, where's the poop? She's not going to help me find it. She wants nothing to do with it after she poops. He's like, all right, I pooped. I'm done. I'm out of here. I wonder if I could improve that suspension back there and get the pan car to work. Happy New Year, Walrus. This is going to be a crazy, crazy year. Hopefully I can get Burn the Subs up and running this year. All right, let's see here. You over here. I fear that this is too light. This would be too light. I actually do want to take these wheels. I should glue these wheels because these are the 3D printed truck wheels, so these would be really good outside. As soon as I crash, the wheel's probably going to break, but like, they're super light. Super legera. Super light wheels. Pretty cool. All right, let's see here. My phone just buzzed. Oh my God. Why does CVS keep hammering away at these prescriptions that I don't have approval for it? I don't need Novolog right now because I don't need long-acting insulin. I'm on the pump. All right, so here's what this thing displays. Hold on. Very hard to see, but it is an image. And if I could get a landmark, if there was a little piece of dog poopy, I probably would be able to find it. Maybe not. Like if it's a significant temperature difference, it does display it. Whereas like my other thermal imager is so much better, but this is probably cheap. It does actually give me a temperature readout too, but boy, oh boy. Pick it up right away where I live. Zero lot line properties aren't that common. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm just hoping that I can, like, somewhat identify a latent heat source. Doesn't seem very, very likely, though. Look at how blurry that is. Wow. It's like 4 pixels. And that one jumps around. See, this display on the side is what I really want on this thermal imager, and it probably wouldn't be difficult for me to program. Now that I know STM32 a lot better, I could probably look at the code and try to do something to put a scale on it. Because yeah, if this program is available, I would love to steal some of the visuals and just tack that onto the side of this video window. Although it would block a couple pixels though. Yeah, we keep her on a leash when outside, but I've got she's very well trained with recall. I've been working on Willow Come, and she comes to me almost every time, unless she's playing with another dog in the neighborhood that she really likes. Try attaching this to a mounted gun. What? No, the ATF doesn't have anything to do with scopes. They don't care about what optics you're putting on your guns. They really don't. The government gets involved when you strap this to like a guidance system for like a projectile. That's when they get involved. Optics, I mean, this thermal sensor is in optics, some optics now. They're just very, very expensive. Even though the sensor is not that expensive. Yeah, it's really low resolution, isn't it? So what is battery hookup? I mean, there's definitely provisions for a battery charger. Oh, my brother left me with a memory card. I'll have to find where that battery hookup is. There was more to this kit, I guess. I don't know what he was doing with it. I wonder what processor it has, even. Huh. I think this will be most useful if I shove a battery in it and then use it as a dog poop finder. I really do think that's the best use. ATF did care about some night vision. Not really. Night vision is ITAR protected. So that is difficult. You can barely even take them to Canada. But in terms of like, but that's just because that's for a while night vision technology was our bread and butter. That was what we were really good at. That's what gave us a huge advantage. Nowadays that's becoming less of a thing. But what I mean is, like, you have a consumer thermal imager, right? And that's already limited by ITAR. That already has a limited frame rate and a limited resolution. If you put that on top of a gun, nobody cares. It's when the military technology bleeds into the consumer market, maybe ITAR would be a little bit annoyed. I don't know. But I mean, for the most part, in terms of like what optics we have available, you can buy stuff in a store and put it on a gun and it's totally fine. There's no laws enacted around that. Now, if you make the gun smaller, if you make it a short barrel rifle, you need to register it and pay an NFA tax stamp, and they have to go through your shit and make sure that you're not a criminal. And if you put a suppressor or silencer on a gun, then you have to register it as, you have to register the suppressor to the gun and all that stuff. And so that's another $200 tax stamp. If you buy a machine gun, you can't have one that's made after a certain date in the 80s when they signed, when a New Jersey senator penned in the margins in pencil that machine guns were banned, and so you can't get those anymore. And so the ones that are grandfathered into that program are worth a lot. Although I think somebody found a crate full of the mechanisms for machine guns that were made before the 80s, and people have been making stuff around that. So that's some weird thing weird loophole that they've found. So there's all kinds of, and it varies from state to state, but the federal stuff is like, yeah. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse because you can buy like an 80% lower with no markings on it, and you go in with a milling machine and you make one line, right? And that's the last 20% of machining a gun, so then you have to either engrave it or include a plate on the gun that has serial number information and your own address information on it. Then it's legal. And then for a while, they were selling the lowers that were almost complete and the machine that can complete them. So you get everything, you plug it in, and you pull a lever, and you're done. It's so weird. But the ATF has been like scrambling to regulate that kind of stuff. And then, of course, 3D printers becoming prevalent is the last panic of the ATF, and the latest, rather. And so they've been scrambling to figure out what to do about these quote-unquote ghost guns. There weren't a lot of them. You have to buy a barrel and stuff, but all the furniture, a lot of the furniture can be plastic. So there are files on the internet, and I don't even know how to get these, that are like mega packs of STLs and designs and instructions. And I think I saw recently there was a photo of some cartel that had a bunch of 3D printed SMGs, and it's like, geez, I don't know. But the whole thing about automatic guns is like, bullets are expensive, man. They're not cheap. You know, 9mm is like a quarter a bullet, I think. So, you know, you have these Glocks with switches on it, right, that make them automatic. And because the mechanism on the Glock is so light, well, on a pistol is so light, they're extremely rapid fire. So you press that switch, or press the switch and hit the trigger, and the thing goes, and then it's done. And so you've just spent like $40, $50 in a half a second, and you can't even control it because there's nothing to hold on to in the front. It's a madhouse. People wasting their money. They're wasting money. But I mean, if you get caught with one of these blocks with a switch on it, like, that's your life now. You now live in prison because they are highly and extremely illegal. As they should be. I mean, Jesus Christ, you can't control them. Bump, bump, bump. How long is this? Oh wow, this is an hour long. Perfect. This will just be our intro music. I mean, I would get copyright struck in a half a second for playing this on a VOD, but we've got all the barriers in place to seal this one away. 0.2mm pencil. I used to love those, the pencils where it would just have like a collet at the front, and you have your super thick pencil lead, and you put it in your own special pencil lead sharpener. It's a hobby, yeah. There's so many tools and knowledge that you need to know how to do it properly. Yeah, I mean, my grandfather got me into shooting, and I pretty much just do go to the range, shoot at a target, haha, hee hee, this is fun. You know, control your breathing, aim properly, learn how to use the device. I'm not one of these crazy people. I don't carry guns around with me or anything like that, and I probably would never use one in defense of myself. But that's just me. That's me. But we live in Pennsylvania is one of those states. Just because we could, my friend and I, this is like years and years ago, but he sold me a long gun, which is just a rifle, right? It's just a bolt-action rifle. This is a Mosin Nagant. And he sold it to me for $100 to let you know how long ago that was. But we decided to do it in an Acme parking lot in his town. We drove over to the Acme parking lot, and we were like real shady, like looking around. And then I palmed a $100 bill and shook his hand. And then we as shady as possible, put it into my trunk because it's totally legal to do here. We didn't have to be shady about it. We just wanted to. We were having fun. What was I gonna look up? I forget. Oh, that's not an actual website. Bulk, cheap, for sale. 1,000 rounds for $240. 1, 2, 3, 24 cents a bullet. So there you go. Oh, not 2mm, you mean 0.2. Oh, okay. Is that expensive? I guess art supplies are always expensive. So the one thing that this thing is doing is it's beeping when I turn it on because something is off center. How sensitive is it? Huh. So if I do long press, I can get into that setting. And then I can look for beep. So that's key beep, no. Voltage beep, no. P beep? P beep? Peep peep peep. I don't know what that one. Key press. And then that one is off center, and I'll turn that to no. So now my radio's quiet. And I'll hit OK, and then it beeps at me. Now it's not beeping at me. But now it won't warn me if I'm off center when I turn on the thing, because it calibrates itself from there. Bump, bump, bump. Did I see a parentheses 1 on something? No. Okay. All right. Sorry. I've got so many windows open. I think we're good on everything. Oh yeah, I forgot to put up start soon. Bonk. Yeah, 0.2 is the normal. Or actually, is that? I think that's the size of the Sharpie pens that I use. Yeah, it won't tell me. I don't know if that's 0.2 or not. I can't visually visually measure it, but I think that's the size of the Sharpies. I bent this one to the side because I had to mark a hole in a really weird way. Yeah, I think this is all tuned up and ready to go. I had to shorten some of these leads here, some of the linkages to make it not to make it track straight. You can see there's very little correction going on there. There we go. See how it kind of like turns to try to mitigate the slide? That's not me doing that. So hopefully that'll keep this thing tracking straight ahead when I try to get this thing to top speed, because I really want to figure out what the top speed of this thing is. It's ridiculously fast. It's too fast, but it's fun to try to push the boundaries, and I think the gyro is really going to help out with that. It'll do its best when this thing is like screaming along on a sheet of glass. The only thing is, in the programming for this radio, there isn't like a variable that I can set. And it would be very nice if I could, I mean, I could practically program in my own setting. I could make my own setting for this if I understood how the code worked a little bit better. Because everything is here. I've got all the code and it's on GitHub, and it is very well laid out. This is very clear and easy to actually understand. So if I did something like go into, oh, I don't know, one of the menus, like the mixed mode menu maybe, or the pop-up menu is what you saw where it told you what your setting was. So when I press that button, the pop-up will come up and it'll show me what setting it's at. So maybe part of it would be menu pop-up. Lap timer functions, that's the timer functions, and the mix is the menu channel mixing that this thing can do. There's a lot of functionality in here, and it was hard at first, at least, to find all the information. Shortlurker had to link me to the PDF, which is a little bit better done than the manual that's in the GitHub, a little bit. And then I had to watch like people's videos on it. There's just all kinds of weird stuff. Change value, menu set, case 0, channel number off. Value is equal to CM channel _ 4 wheel system or something. Static void mix for 4WS. Crab, no crab, mix value, channel number on off. If I made a void that would be able to set, because that's what these are, menu change value, value 2 channel 1 1. I'd have to figure out what all this stuff is doing. It's a lot of understanding code to get into it. But it seems like I should be able to make my own menu item that would be what gyro mode, just call it GYR, and then have one variable and go between -100 and that variable, and then have it also have like a setting in the trims where I can set a trim to set that. $1.2 per week with breakages. Doing what? I mean, are you doing like art? Just doing art? Or just taking notes, or? I don't know if I'd be able to figure this out. That seems a little bit tough. L7D, switch menu set. Because like somewhere in here, I'm guessing there's a switch case where I can just put my function, and then my function would be the setting of the thing, I guess. Mainly use it for math. Yeah. I remember doing math in pen. Whole pages would have to get crossed out. Like constant menu list mix functions. Break channel, break off, multi-position, dig. Yeah. Where's mix multi-position? Get map ID from menu ID, MP starts menu ID 2, U8 menu ID -2, multiple position. These are all the variables, I guess. U8, is that just unsigned 8-bit? So that's where you'd config get MP. See, this would be very close to what I would be doing. It would be config get, and then it would, instead of multi-position, I guess I would just, I mean, pretty much I'd have one variable, right? How hard can it be? Hate pens with a passion, can't stand them. They had their place, especially when doing project notes. If I ever, and this is a comedy bit, if I ever get like a patent and I have to fight somebody over a patent, if I have numbered pages that are in pen for my scheming, then I am on better footing to win a patent case. If action equals change MLA, what? Channel number off, value, channel MP, if value does not equal value equal 2. Oh, if value is not 0? I think so. If value is not, what does that do to any other number? It would like flip it or something? I don't understand. Get out of here. If not value, value is equal to, else if value is equal to MP dig, channels +1. So they're taking menu change value, the output of that, and they're making it a U8 on an unsigned 8-bit integer, and they're putting it into value. If the value is equal to 2, then set it to 0. Wait, we just went through this song and dance. Oh, so if the value is equal to something or other, then it sets it, but if it's what? Value is greater than channels, value is MP dig, whatever the hell that is. Get out of here. Channel MP, set channel MP, MP ID, channel MP. Weird. I don't know what a lot of this stuff does. I would love to understand it on the level where I could actually program my own function easily. For the most part, this is done pretty easily because this stuff is run on like an action timer. There's like a whole like time management system in here that simplifies a lot of this code so that it runs properly in the background, and you can just do the simple programming. You don't have to do a lot of like coordinating on that front. But because I didn't program it, I don't understand the damn thing that's going on. What I would really love to do is make a trim setting that would set a variable position, and then the button would go between -100 and that variable's position. And then I'd have to also make it display, I'm getting sick of this song, make it display the change. Because right now I don't get that ability. Get that out of here. Rocket fuel? It's too quiet. Nah. I guess we'll keep it. It's got a good beat. It's probably pretty quiet. So, yeah, I'd have to get to know this software a lot better. Because there's multiple things going on here. Trim max, sub trim max, expo max, model fast. "31 pencils and 4 pens." Are the pens just for signing documents? That's wild. You just hate pens. Task menu will be alias for task opper. I don't know what that means. Menu tasks will be handling ADC now for calibration. External bool, so that's the ADC wake up, etc. Those all, we're just loading a whole bunch of stuff. Loading a whole bunch of functions and variables, I guess. Menu stop, menu clear signal, calibrate, key test, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot of stuff. Common menu select item 7 segment and then set patterns at CR3. What? Show, init, set change, set next, MCA ID, ADC pre, ADC post. I don't know what it means. There's a lot of like tricky stuff to this too. The software is so extensive. Hasn't been updated since 2012. They probably bought a new radio and moved on. Timer type, those are the timers for running the tasks. Timer wake up, alarm throttle, okay. Type def struct, timer read. So those are for the timers in the menu. Are we in a, we're in an H file. Oh, that's what that was what we were doing. God damn it. We were in an H file, not in a C file. Menu, 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 menu. Menu common, menu config, ppm, input, LCD, and buzzer. This is a good beat. This one is Rocket Fuel, the instrumental for Rocket Fuel by DJ Shadow. Set menu channels, mixed. 4 dig break. I don't know what DIG is, though. I don't know what that is. Oop, gotta redo it. Yeah, I don't know if I've got it in me to program in my own submenu item. Well, it's not even, I guess it would be available from the regular menus. Because what happens is there's two different settings that I'm looking at. And if it's in, I think it's in the manual. Two different settings that you can change with a long press. And you go into 2 different menus. So the menu would be in the global setup, I think. And then you would set, no, not in global setup. Global all models, setting hardware feature. Go to 2D10, channel 3 is potentiometer, select PP. So that's not it. It's in the regular menu. That's operating timers. It's in the standard menu. It would be in one of the ones where you long press. You make it play Doom. Probably it's got an STM8 in it, so you could probably make some kind of an interpreter for a computer. Because, by the way, when they say it runs Doom, I don't know how much of the time, but if it's totally preposterous, like we got this like 1990s oven to run Doom, what they did is they got the screen to display Doom. That's what they did with the pregnancy tests running Doom. They said, we got this pregnancy test to run Doom. Well, no, it just turns out the LCD has enough pixels to display Doom, which I think this radio does. It could probably do a pixelated display. I don't know what, it'd be terrible resolution. But if it's got an ST8, an STM8, I don't know how you're supposed to talk about them. I don't know how to refer to the microcontroller properly. I call the other ones STM32s, so maybe STM8. But anyway, the M8 could be reprogrammed to just run that LCD pixel for pixel based on data that it gets. And then you could program your computer to output the like an interpolated display that would be pixel for pixel on that resolution. And then it would just be a data pipeline between the two things, and it would look like it's running Doom. Because I don't know if you can get an 8-bit microcontroller to run Doom. I don't know. I'm not a computer scientist. Oh, you looked through your Twitch thing? So what is it? The what and the finger guns. I think those were, we don't have a lot of viewers here. We just don't have a lot of viewers. But those and awe were the most popular. That's pretty much exactly what they did for the keyboard that runs Doom. They just made the computer run Doom, and it would tell the computer display, the keyboard display, what to show. Have I been exercising more? I've been touching grass, I guess. I've been taking walks with the dog, and I've been trying to get a little bit more sleep. Gradual change that sticks, because you don't want to hit yourself with all of it, because then it's easy to just drop the habits. But yeah, I've been trying to drink less. That's not been going well. And then the dog has had me exercising a lot. So I've already been outside today. It is cold. It's cold out. Pregnancy test video, there's a keyboard with what looks like someone controlling it. Yeah, the keyboard, the controlling it would happen on the computer, and they were just piping a data signal over to the LCD. Yeah, Willow is great motivation. I've been trying. She doesn't want to go for long walks. She likes to poke around our little area. I guess that's like a girl dog thing. I kind of need a guy dog to go around the entire neighborhood and circle and circle. This is a little extra. This is a little extra. We're gonna do that. Maybe organ donor will be. I'm going through DJ Shadow instrumentals, so. Oh, I like this song a lot. Yeah, she's got little legs, but I mean, her male counterpart, our neighbors who also have corgis, he likes to go for long walks. He'll stop off everywhere. So. Super funky. 1, 2, 3, and DR trim that we're not interested in. Setting of keys. So here's where you set the key functions, and you've got, and this is not really well, I mean, it is documented, but you set the keys and then you set how they press down, and actually there's 2 settings for some of them as well, because you could set one button to do one thing, one button to do another. I need to add an item to that menu that has that key switch between 0 and a variable, and then I need another menu where I can set that variable, and then I need another menu, I need a trim assignment that would allow you to edit that variable up and down using the trim buttons, because then I can assign channel 3 trim as that gyro setting from -99 to 100, and then I would have the button, I would switch back and forth to it, turn it on and off. I don't know why they didn't do a setting like that. But I think that's a lot to shoehorn into the software without knowing much about how it works. But it seems like if I could find what's doing the key mapping. Is it a little loud? Sorry. This song is, oh yeah, it's a bit loud. It's a good song though. Where's my voice? My voice is here? Yeah, it needs a little bit of editing, sorry. It's a really good song. So I need a couple things here. I would need a setting in the key menu, a setting in the trim menu, a variable that gets stored in memory, and the setting in the key menu would have to flip between negative 100 and the variable. Do you have a playlist link? I do not. This is me just clicking on DJ Shadow instrumental. This one is DJ Shadow organ donor, but it's just the instrumentals. I'm doing that because there's, you know, the lyrics will distract me. I think I'm gonna burp in just a second here. Yeah, I'm gonna burp. Nope, never mind. I'm good. I don't know. Whoa, that's bad. Setting default values for channel 3 to 8 to 0, so it's something somewhat strange. Check it out radio when I have some time. This was April 7th, 2014. Do you ever play games on your channel? You shut the hell up. I fucking hate. Yeah, I used to. I still do. And I will get to them at some point. I wanted to play that engineer game because I think that's sort of right in our branding. I just haven't been organized enough to do it. And my big side project right now that I have neglected for several days is uploading videos and marking down all the different chapter information of the videos, because I need to get that VOD channel like up. I've how many left? 200 and something? Let's see. Click there, scroll down, shift, click here. This computer has been up for like a month. 294 VODs that are all 5 hours long I need to upload. That one, oh no, that one's smaller. Never mind, I thought it was larger. They're all like 11 gigs and 12 gigs, so. Why is somebody always, you're sub to the channel. You know what's going on. You're just trying to get a rise out of me. You're just trying to get a rise out of me. Where am I? There I am. Let me go back on this thing. How do I operate? How do I open a PDF? All right, so that's issues, but I'm looking for adding my own function to this, and there's no guide. There's no guide to this. I also don't know how to make this. We don't have followage. I don't like those little. Yeah, I'm not actually like working. I'm sort of just scheming about stuff right now. Possible RS-232. That'd be nice. Ooh, this song is annoying. Let's try for something else. Blech. So there's the key menu and the mix menu. We would want something in the key menu. PPM, LCD, buzzer, and input. Trim buttons. No long action. That one's auto, I think, rotate or something like that. These are just the different functions of the long press. Trim action. If action is equal to 1, change value, switch menu set. Case 0 is function. Case 1 is buttons. Case 2 is step. 3 is reverse. Opposite reset. Return to previous value and rotate. How in the world? That's the size of the step value that it would change, which is something that I'd want to have. SP only when selected function has it. Menu add function long special ETM function ID 1 and 2. What the hell? There's all kinds of stuff in here. Menu change value, button menu. with the trim size minus whatever IDX is. IDX is equal to 1 if the menu function long special exists. Otherwise, IDX is equal to 2, which makes this a 1. Ah! I don't know. Where's the function menu change value? It's probably in one of these. So probably menu.h probably has it. So that would mean we go to menu.c and we look for menu change function. Screen, channels reset, endpoint. I'm starting to forget what we were looking for. There's no menu set function. Direction, force. I mean, it's channel function. That's not what we were looking for, right? We were looking for... Oh, no, it was channel function. No. I think I'm getting confused. Menu ID. Change value menu ID. I don't know. I'm trying to get a sense of the structure of this program and how I might be able to just manipulate it into having another menu and another thing to save, another, you know, basically the exact feature that I want, I can get in here if I can program it in here and then actually upload it to the chip, which isn't that hard, but reading somebody else's microcontroller code is tough. Those of you in here, and I know you guys are still around, that have like soldiered out a long programming stream with me and actually figured out what my mindset is when I'm programming stuff, you guys are like, you're on a different plane of existence than the rest of us, because me just looking at the software right now, like I get a broad idea of how it's structured and organized, but I can't get into the nitty-gritty. We do a little bit of everything here. We do a little bit of everything. Just a little bit of everything. But a lot of engineering, and our latest thing has been working on, or at least my latest thing, just to kind of alleviate some of my burnout, has been to work on sort of a not terribly old, but also kind of old RC car. It's a mini Z size, the 1/24th scale, WL989. It's a WL Toys, WL989 RC car, and I've over time we were originally intending to make the RC car a way to super duper cheat at Mario Kart Home Circuit, but that didn't really come to fruition. Now I'm scheming about putting all of this good stuff in here and making this thing go like 100 miles an hour, because it would be funny. But in the meantime, I'm just having fun with my little toy RC car here. And I've reprogrammed, last stream we reprogrammed this radio to have the Fly Sky, like, custom hacked firmware. Unfortunately, the custom hacked firmware did not do exactly what I wanted it to. I was hoping to have a function where if I hit the channel 3 button, it would turn on the gyro to a setting that I set it to. The problem is, all of the trim settings where you can change the value of a thing that's moving from place to place, they only go into the center. Right? They only go to the center. Wait, why did I get this one? That's not what I wanted. I clicked on a DJ Shadow thing and I got, oh, because it's somebody's playlist. Oh, let's get out of that. Hold on, we're doing DJ Shadow instrumentals. I gotta find another one now. Midnight in a Perfect World. That's perfect. Actually, I think this might be the actual song. Then again, I can play it because we're not saving any of the music anywhere. So anyway, as it exists in the server, okay. Well, I should back up. We've been working on this RC car for some time, and I bought like an 8-channel radio and a gyroscope and a 3-phase motor controller, because originally I was going to do it with just those normal little dinky, like Tamiya style motors, which we did get running, and it was not very impressive. So I decided to go full bore 3-phase and have a little bit of fun building up an RC car that was actually kind of capable of getting out of its own way. And so once I implemented all of this stuff, I found out that the gyro likes to adjust from all the way left being off to all the way right being maximum intervention. The problem with that is that I have a button on both the stock radio and the hacked radio that will go between all the way on one side and all the way on the other. Or I can trim the all the way on the other back only to the 0 point. So that means that when I'm activating the gyro, I'm always activating it at a midpoint. And so I was hoping that the hacked firmware would be able to have me go from point to point. And it does. It does let me go from point to point. It also lets me reassign all of the buttons. And people do some truly mad things with it. They have like, if I hit this button, the lights come on. And if I hit this button, the differential locks. It's crazy what they can do with this stuff. All I want to do is go between two set points. And I've been able to achieve that with the new software. However, what I can't do, and what I was hoping that I could do, is this superfluous trim right here. This is the channel 3 trim. But if you remember, channel 3 goes between two extremes. It's basically to turn something on the original radio, right? What's the point of setting a center point on something that just goes from extreme to extreme? It never goes to that center point. You can give this, though, multiple actions. So you can run through 3 or 4 different positions if you want to. I wanted to have that trim adjust that endpoint position, and the software doesn't appear like it can do that. However, we were looking through it a minute ago. The software is very clearly laid out. All the comments are there, and there's even a software manual that tells you what sort of the general overarching idea of how everything should work is. Really, really, really cool. I could sit down with a whole fucking pot of coffee and read through all of this software, and maybe I would be able to shoehorn an extra menu item in there. And the extra menu item would be on a certain menu. You would be able to assign what the buttons and the trims do. And so I would add a function to the button that would go from 0 to a variable that we store in memory. And then I would have to do the trim under the trim menu. I would have to have a function only in the trim menu that would allow the trim button back and forth to adjust that variable. But then I have to figure out, is there a pop-up on the screen that tells me what the setting is? I would like that. So that's another thing that I have to code in. Then I have to be able to figure out how to put another memory item in there for this thing to update and store. And then should I be able to go into a menu and set that point? That would be kind of nice to do if you want to just go in and edit it instead of having to use the button on it. Maybe that last one is not really necessary, but this is the kind of thing, like, you get into somebody else's microcontroller code and it's like, oh my god, what is going on here? This is very organized, though. They did this in a really good way. They have like lists of functions where it's not given a specific number of entries. It just does like, from here to here is this variable. So they are programming things the correct way, and the correct way being the way that chat typically browbeats me into doing. What did I just click on? So I don't know. I don't know. I would need one of you microcontroller experts to come in and help me with this. If I were to do this quickly, I could spend a whole stream, you know, with bits of yarn and cork boards and my hair all ruffled and a pot of coffee, going. But then this function goes over to this function, and it's all PP Sylvia. But yeah, Mr. Toys. I don't really like that. That sounds like that's kind of a weird name. I don't think I like that. This is the pan car that Short Lurker copied, more or less, off of another design. But I've got this wonderful axle in here that's like a titanium axle, and it's for like a really, truly fast RC car. And I think it would be awesome if I took the Mario Kart and I implanted that axle with a 3-phase motor so that I could get this thing going up to like breakneck speeds. I'd have to also somehow attach a servo to the steering, but then it would crash into something and fucking explode. It would be great. When are you doing the Mario Kart lift kit? Yeah, that was one of the ideas, but I don't know if we'll be able to get to that exactly. I would like to assess whether, like, what modifications I could do to this in order to put the 3-phase motor in there and everything, because then I could just get another motor controller and I can just hide all the electronics inside and turn this into a button that turns it on. And I'd be like, hey guys, check out my Mario Kart. And it goes 700 miles an hour and then explodes. All right, let's get started. Because for some reason it is beyond, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is with people that you guys can't reconcile what stream start soon means. It just means that I'm not streaming yet. I'm just hanging out and letting people arrive. We do that for, you know, I typically get up to 45 minutes, and it helps me get a little bit of time to explain to you guys what I've been working on in the background, because a lot of stuff here happens in the background. I mean, yesterday's stream was pretty indicative of exactly how streaming projects like this typically work, is that there is a long struggle, and then at the very, very end, something happens to make everything work, and then the stream's over. We've been doing it for 5 hours. 5.5 hours, 5 hours, it's like too much time to be sitting here doing projects. And my brain is typically gelatinous at that point. It's just like an amalgamation of sugars and animal whatever bone. So, oh, I watch a lot, never picked up on that. We get a question every start of stream, every time, every single time. There's one person who asks, and it's weird because I watch other streamers and they do pretty much the same thing, except that I'm on camera when I do it, because otherwise I would just be sitting in the background just staring at the furniture. I could put up a splash screen, but usually when you're streaming, you want to let people gather so that you can then start the stream, tell everybody what's going on, and you reach more people that way, and you don't have to re-explain yourself. Because like when I start stream, there's like 2 people here, so I'm not, I'm not going to explain to 2 people. I'm better than that. No, I still actually explain to 2 people what I'm doing. You got to be able to stream to nobody if you're going to be doing this kind of stuff, right? I may talk about numbers every now and then, probably more than I should, but it's okay. I would stream to nobody if nobody was watching. I enjoy hosting you guys and maybe teaching you guys things that you didn't know, and maybe shocking you with how little safety measures I use sometimes. Or maybe you guys just looking at like a really dumpy guy with long hair. I don't know. Anyway, who is that again? Whose channel is that? Hold on, I gotta figure out where this emote comes from. Wait, where's my, oh yeah, it's the other window. Oh my god, I have so many windows open right now. Hold on. I've just got too much. The social stream ninja window that I have is like my lifeline to what's going on. Okay, there we go. Now I can actually see stuff happening. Oh, it's a global emote. Oh, okay, never mind. So, yeah, we do a little bit of everything here. We do programming and building and stuff like that. It's mostly like electronics and microcontrollers and sort of the stuff that we're capable of doing with just a little bit of hacking, a little bit of a hacker mentality. I have been gathered. I am now in my place. So we've been working on modular synthesizers. We've been working on RC cars. I'm looking at this radio code right now and thinking maybe I can modify it in some way. This is the point where I have to kind of put my foot down and say, like, Jess, you got to stop, man. You have to stop. You're not going to go in here and modify this. I mean, maybe I am. Maybe I'll keep this open a little longer if I can sort of figure out what to do in order to add a different function. Because it's like P function, sub function. Like, what? I can figure out how these damn menus work. It's all, with the radio, it's all microcontroller stuff. It's all these little tiny microcontroller tweaks where, you hold a button down for a little bit longer and that gives you more function out of it. You guys probably have encountered that in a lot of different places with controllers, like game controllers. We have all these things that we want the player to be able to control. How do we do it? Well, we could have 7 different menus, or we could have different key presses that would unlock, different functions. So, okay, if I hold down punch, what happens? Oh, I open a menu, or I go to kick something. Like, that's sort of the same mentality as we see with microcontrollers. That's why a lot of the time you have like long and short key presses on things like ovens in order to turn off features. Anyway, yeah, that's sort of what this radio uses in order to give you control of 8 entire channels of servos. And they don't have to be servos. You can just have like a servo-controlled switch, which is where you have something that looks at the pulses that are coming in to determine whether or not it should switch a load on and off. Cool stuff. Anyway, was the low voltage firmware update issue just the updater software version? I think the battery might have actually been low. I charged to the controller after that, but then in the No, that's not correct. In the menu for the new software, I'm able to set what that low voltage value is, and I was actually able to calibrate the battery sense too. They have you measure the voltage at the battery, and then you go into the calibration menu and you set that volt. So now this thing, I think when it gets to 3.7 7. I set it at kind of a safe value so I'm not damaging the battery, but right now this thing has a 3.9 volts, and it actually jumps up right after you turn on the radio, but it's sensing its voltage, and it's actually pretty accurate because I calibrated it. So pretty cool stuff. This one does it too. The controller in this one, the motor controller, actually will shut off at a certain voltage, and because I was calibrating everything and figuring out how everything worked, I actually used a little test setup that has like a big battery and a different receiver. And so I had this thing pair with that other receiver, and then I was like, oh no, the radio doesn't work. Oh my God, I can't control the car. Well, that's because I needed to repair this one. So I had to hit the bind button and do all this song and dance. It all works now, but I don't know if I'll be able to test it today. I don't know if I'll be able to get out. What the hell? What is this view? I don't know if I'll be able to get outside to test it because I'm streaming for you guys. I'm locked in the basement, working on projects with you, and we're not going to work on the RC car today. So again, a microcosm of how this stuff works. It's a long struggle, and then you get the breakthrough at the very end, and things happen very quickly, and then you're done, and nobody gets a victory lap. When I do a victory lap, people are like, why aren't you working on Burn the Subs? So we will work on Burn the Subs again soon, but as you can see, in our way is my 3D printer. We've been working, not around the clock, we've been working hard to get that 3D printer functioning. I mean, it functions right now, actually. It's actually a perfectly fine printer. It's just you guys have been after me for a long time in order to get a fan on the printer, because apparently if you're going to do stuff with plastic, you're going to have to cool the plastic. You know, you don't have to cool PETG. In order to do like bridging, I can do like dramatic and amazing bridges with this 3D printer where it just kind of leaves a piece of filament in the air at the right position. Apparently that's a thing that can be done. So I would like to do that. I would like to close the chapter on that. And so we're putting a little bit of effort into getting my CPAP motor, the motor from an old recalled Philips CPAP machine, and we are building a frame for it that will allow us to attach it to the rest of the 3D printer. The whole ethos of my 3D printer is that it needs to be quiet. I am here in the same room. Ouch. The printer doesn't suck, but it also doesn't blow. I guess. Yeah, so I want the printer to be silent. The entire ethos of my printer is that it does not make noise. It prints at a pretty good rate. It makes little tiny noises, and when something goes wrong, the crackling of the printer is loud enough to alert me, because I'm in the same room. I need to be able to tolerate this thing. So it's got nice TMC drivers on a nice board, and I guess we'll eventually see that when I pull the controller out. But the only thing that it lacks is a fan, because fans are loud. Usually the blower fans that they use on these things make quite a bit of noise. It's just the motor, the fan, and the design of the air ductways. Well, the thing about a CPAP machine is it's designed to help you sleep. And so in order to do so, they are very quiet. They don't have loud fans in it, and they have a lot of filters and stuff between you and the fan. For a while, I didn't think I would be able to use this fan, but I found, thanks to, again, the egging on of Short Lurker, these 32-bit BL Heli compatible, this is like a 40 amp motor controller, and it's like nothing. There's like nothing to it. There's nothing here, but it's got an STM32 microcontroller in it. Again, I'm getting completely infiltrated by these STM32 fucking microcontrollers. I don't know where they're all coming from, but apparently it's like I have to use them on everything now. But anyway, STM32 on this thing, and even with just the stock settings, we hooked it up to the blower motor, totally silent. So I can actually alter the PWM that this thing accepts to match whatever Klipper's going to put out. Klipper can also alter the PWM that it puts out on any given pin and match whatever this thing expects to accept. So, you know, chocolate and peanut butter, these things will get along, and they should be able to blow air into my hot end. Now, this is actually going to be fixed because it's heavy. It's too big for the hot end. So we'll put this on the printer itself, and then I've got, where'd it go? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of hose right there that I need to run up and over the printer to the hot end, and then we need to look at what the blowing setup is, the ducting setup is actually going to be on the hot end. Try not to make it too big. So that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So for now, I just want to connect this thing and see whether or not, well, just connect it and see what it's like and see if we can wire it into the previous design. I've gone through a couple iterations on the 3D printer. Originally, I didn't have CAN bus running out to the hot end. CAN bus is pretty cool. You have 4 wires, you get a very high speed signal. CAN bus is used a lot in robotics and in cars. Cars took it from industry and decided to use this wonderful bus system that was developed. I don't think it was necessarily developed for cars, but I could be wrong about that. But I know in like industrial robotics, they're using CAN bus a lot. I think they've moved on to other stuff probably. Wayne Johnson subbing for 44 months and has nothing to say for it? My God. Wayne Johnson, thank you for the 44 months. So yeah, now I only have 4 wires running all the way to the hot end, which freed up a lot of pins on the DB37 connector. So now what I can do is take some of those extra pins and I'll run 24 volts over to the motor controller and then a signal. So that's 5 pins. I double up on the ground and power because it has DuPont connectors. It has these little header connectors. And while putting just a 2-pin connector on something that can draw, well, these say 40 amps, but it really drew like 1.5 amp. That's no bueno. These connectors are good for an amp, 1 amp out of the DuPont connectors. So I should double up on them, do four pins, 2 power, 2 ground, and then 1 pin for the signal, which is not going to take up that much current anyway. The DB37 connector, DB connectors are kind of wonderful. Not only are they available everywhere, they're ubiquitous, but those pins can take up to 5 amps. 5! It's incredible. Very good connector. All right. So we want to take this thing out for a test spin, but these bolts were too big. So I made a version of this thing with little standoffs built into it. It's a little weird, but you know, whatever, it printed all right. What can I say? 44 months, it seems longer. Have I been that excruciating? I lost one of my big multi-year subs. I'm so sad about that because it was my Amazon Prime sub and it lapsed. I was negligent in my duties of keeping up. But you know, it comes and goes. I totally understand the long streaks, and I love that you guys would support me for so long, but I also understand that, you know, people move around with the content that they consume. You get bored of stuff and you move on, you know? This one's fitting a little looser. I don't know what that's all about. Wow! My ring! I dropped it! Hold on, let me go get it. Can't believe I dropped something 2 seconds in. Stream over. Bother equals frustrated. Bow, now that's going to be stuck in my head all day, by the way. I love how every car commercial took that damn song. The Nobody Speak from DJ Shadow. Whose primary... Nobody speak, nobody gets choked. Like, hey, car companies, what are you doing? You should look up the song before using something that just happens to have a catchy riff to it. Now, this might actually be able to reach all the way back to the controller. I would like to have the controller as part of this thing and then run a wire out, but I mean, for the first iteration of this, I can probably just move this all the way over to that plug. Let's take a look at where it's going to. Well, hold on, let me transfer these screws over, then we'll take a look at where it's going. Because I got the printers on a wheelie cart that I made from IKEA parts. They're like IKEA shelves that have this metal runner in 2 spots, and the metal runner has these nice rolling wheels that are pretty smooth. So I just modified those onto an IKEA filing cabinet that my roommate gave to me 10,000 years ago. Give any tips on how to keep little electronic boards still while connecting wires from other boards? Boards I'm working on will never sit nicely flat. A couple, there's so many different strategies. So, first off, like with the solderless breadboard, if you are doing something like this, which is me just trying to use up all the right angle connectors that I have, if you're doing something like this, what you would do is you would plug the header into the board, this is something that I know a lot about, so I'm willing to take a moment aside and talk about this. What I like, okay, so I have to solder this. What would I do? Well, okay, plug it in to the solderless breadboard. That way you are leaching heat away from the pin so that you don't melt the plastic. Plug it into the board, put this the next board onto it, and hold it by hand, and then solder one pin. And then you can maneuver it from there and get it all flat and true, and solder the rest of the pins. There's 1,000 different strategies though. If I'm doing a flat thing, like if I'm soldering all the pins to a microcontroller, I'll put the 2 pin headers down and then plump this thing right on top of it and then solder it there. If I have a wire going to a board that's moving around and it's small enough, I'll clamp it in a vise, and this vise will give it enough weight and hold it flat and still so that I can actually run the wire. And depending on the makeup of the wire, either maneuver it with tweezers or from far away by hand so that I'm not burning my hand. It depends on the wire jacket though, because the tweezers, especially with the wire wrapping wire, if I heat up the wire, the jacket becomes soft and malleable, and then the tweezers will crush it. Then there's Flatulent Gonad's method that I do not use. He has blue tack on his desk, so he just puts down a piece of blue tack, and then he can seat whatever board he's soldering to in the blue tack, and it'll hold it flat and true. There are hundreds of ways to get what you need done. Kapton tape, good at soldering temperature. It can handle a direct poke from a soldering iron. You can roll a bead of solder all the way around on it, and it doesn't leave any residue. So you tape something down to the table and then solder it there. Now this cutting board material does not like heat. So if the cutting board material doesn't like heat, I have... Here, give me this fucking thing. Son of fucking whore. Okay, this thing right here is a heatsink from an ancient computer, I think? I don't know where I got it. It's just a piece of aluminum with fins on it. I would tape it to this, and then tape this to the ground, and just whatever it takes to hold things steady so that you can do clean work, right? So there's that just only... Wait a minute. Really very similar radiuses. That just touches the surface of the number of techniques. People like to use those helping hands, those little metal things with a little magnifying glass. Personally, I hate them. I think it's a blight on the hobby. But there are versions of the helping hands that have big, thick metal plates at the bottom, and then you have like crinkle arms with the little alligators on the end that have silicon on the alligator end so you don't scratch anything. And you have multiple arms. It's like 4 arms that you can adjust things with. Those are really good at holding things in space so that you can work around it. So whatever it takes. Hopefully that gives you like slight insight into what you might be able to try in order to do whatever you're doing with multiple different little circuit boards. Yeah, that's the stuff I mean, sometimes they teach you that stuff, but a lot of the time we're kind of left to our own devices to figure that stuff out. And it's interesting to see what people come up with, because it's all the same problem, but it's a whole bunch of different perspectives. And it lends to creative solutions. I like that a lot. Oh, that's where these tweezers went. I was looking for these. Huh. I found a pair of tweezers that I didn't know where they went. This has been sitting in the corner for quite some time, so it's not going to be clean. It's going to be kind of messy. Messy. I still don't remember why I got these tweezers. I saw them in a video somewhere. I saw these in a video somewhere, and I don't know why I got them. Like, why did I get these? I've never seen a regular helping hands that aren't broken. Yeah, sometimes I find the parts for the helping hands. You find just the like metal disc. They're horrible. I hate them. I really dislike them. But that's just a preference, and you don't got to agree with me, chat. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just here to be opinionated. Anyway, having opinions about stuff is interesting, I found. Instead of just always going with the flow. Though when I am hanging out with my friends, there's no way that I'm telling them what my opinions are, because they're a bunch of crazy people. Anyway. All right, we got to make a little bit of room for the control stuff here. Now, what I did originally, and I don't even have the files for this, by the way, I took a piece of aluminum angle iron and I machined out a DB connector on it, and so I'm able to remove the control box from the rest of the printer. And we are not going to violate that design principle. We are going to take the control box over to the bench and then see what pins are free and put our stuff on that. Almost barbecue size. Wait, what? What are we talking about? This one doesn't even screw in. I'm actually banking on a lot for this thing not to be unplugged accidentally. But this printer's been working for some time very, very effectively. I've made quite a few 3D printed things, including the shroud for this fan, on it. So, yeah, DB37s are big. It's a big connector, but all the servos are going through, at least not the servos on the hot end, but these servos are all going through the same big connector. It would be interesting to do another CAN board and have, I don't think the CAN board has 2 motors on it. It would be kind of interesting to have like a CAN board here that did the Z motors and the Y-axis, and then everything could be coordinated from like a 4-pin connector. That'd be kind of cool. Oh well, unnecessary. We run all of the three stepper motors for the base through this connector, as well as CAN bus to the hot end. Oh, and I guess this motor, does that motor go to CAN bus? Yeah, no, this motor goes to the connector. So yeah, I've got 4 motors, 4 stepper motors going through, and these 2 are independent because we can run a test to make sure that this bar is flat. On the original CR10S, the plates that they used to connect to the two towers did a 911. No, I'm not going to make 911 jokes. The 2 vertical, the plates that connected the cross beam, that is the x-axis, would lock this frame rail in, and it would often be off by a little bit. And so that tilt inherent to the printer, you can do all the testing you want to try to correct it. It's just going to spring back into position. What up, Pans One? How's it going? I've done a little bit of work with my sound. I kind of tweaked it a little bit, so hopefully I sound a little bit more clear. I hope it sounds a little less like I'm actually talking to you guys from inside of a paper towel tube. I need to make room for the controller on the desk, so I need to shuffle some things. It's so messy in here. Too messy. I need to spend some time cleaning. Maybe when I start uploading on Saturday. Saturday I'm not going to stream. I'm going to do the VOD thing because I need to get ahead of that properly. So it'll be snowing and I'll be on Discord, but I will be working. I'll be uploading. Kind of want to keep the RC car on the desk. I probably shouldn't have moved that. That's fine. No, we need the room. I'm still this pan car. I still like every time I look at it, I'm like, man, that would be cool if I got that working. I think I want to take these wheels though. I should glue these wheels. Yeah, the VOD channel has brought new people in, which I'm shocked about. I don't know if some people think that, like, what is this dude doing? He's uploading videos every day. How does he have all this content? I still have 395 videos to upload and do all the minutes for, as in like what happens when. I really want to get back to synthesizers and this new scope because I spent all that money on the new scope and I haven't done anything with it in a little bit. It feels weird when I don't use the scope in a day. It has so many cool features that I want to check out. There's like picture-in-picture and stuff. It's amazing. But yeah, I gotta get ahead of those. I'm currently scheduled with VODs up until January 16th. So I need to push that to like a month or 2 before I can relax and shut up about it on stream. Okay, room for the controller. We'll put this aside for right now. And then get this thing over. Oh, I put my extra nozzles on top of it, didn't I? Hold on a minute. Come back over here. Okay, so I've been using this as storage, and there's a lot of dust, but you guys get to see a rare view into my 3D printer. Why is this dangling? This should be like cinched in with all these other lines. Why are you dangling? Don't you have somewhere to be? Maybe it needs to like go up and I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. I didn't know that was dangling. All right, so I guess first I should probably unplug all the stuff. Get the DB37 out. This switch I never got flushed, did I? Dumb. This is the switch to turn on and off the Raspberry Pi. If I feel so inclined, the Raspberry Pi just stays on inside the printer at all times. Okay. One of the big mistakes, one of the big warnings about the 3D printer is if you're making your own and you have a high voltage bed, you need to make sure that you replace the wire on the bed, because the bed will have high temperature wire that's like aluminum, and while it can take the temperatures, it cannot flex that much because it's aluminum. So what you need to do, by any means, I guess screw terminals are probably best, but just do a little screw terminal that will go to higher flexibility wire. So what I've done is I've got a screw terminal on the bottom of the axis, and then I've got one right here, and between those is sort of high flexibility, high strain count wire. It's just the silicon jacketed wire, and that gets me from the inflexible aluminum wire to something that can flex. I've had multiple printers almost start fires with sparks because the aluminum wire broke inside of it from flexing. My God, look at all that garbage. Ugh. See why I've been sneezing and coughing. Sounds like you relaxed your nose gate a bit, which is nice. I guess that's good. Yeah, I don't want to sound overproduced, but I also want the lower parts of my voice to be properly accentuated, communicated to you guys. I want you guys to hear me as I hear me in my skull. Otherwise, my voice sounds weird. Oh boy, controller, how did we get here? How did we get here? This box is from Alibaba, and it had nothing pre-drilled into it. I made all of the holes, and I made all the holes in order to accommodate a previous circuit board, and then I 3D printed a new front. You can get metal boxes like this on Alibaba. They're basically for stereo systems. You can build your own stereo system, and you can get a audiophile box, and that's essentially what that is what this is, and that is what my power supply is. Of course, they're weird sizes, so they don't really fit on a shelf. I guess this one probably would have been a better choice for the power supply, because then it would have fit on top of that other power supply. But whatever, bygones be bygones. All right, so the way to get into this thing is my mistake here in machining the fan. I left a little gap, which is perfect to get under the top plate. So this is what we got. This is our 3D printer controller. I added a brain emote. So we have an SCR, silicon controlled relay. Is that what it? Yeah, SCR. That's switching the bed on and off. I have screw terminals for everything it's a little tight in here. Raspberry Pi, CAN bus adapter, SKR Pro version 1.2, big TMC drivers, TMC, what is it, 2208 or something like that? 2209. So all kinds of wonderful features in this thing. And then an extremely nice 24-volt power supply that came to me from some kind of a free cycle thing that my friend went to. Some kind of a free cycle thing. And what that free cycle thing, it must have been like an electrician that died or something like that, because this is a very nice 24-volt power supply. I figured it would do best with the 3D printer. I have a slightly different 24-volt power supply that's on Burn the Subs. So, what up, Della friends? All right. Oh, noise gate. I thought you said nose gate. I'm like, I don't sound as nasally anymore. Boy, I read that one wrong. So yeah, I mean, this is as much technology as I think I could ever fit into such a small place. Back here, in a totally accessible DB37 area, is where we can grab those extra pins. And I'll have to somehow hook up to 24 volts. Not the, I guess, switched 24 volts? Well, yeah, this switch controls everything. So I will need to probably double up, because it's not like I have extra connectors, and then I'll need one wire that goes to one of these pins around here. They're all assignable in Klippers, so dear God. All right, let's see what we can access from the other side. It doesn't look like there's a ton available over there. I may need to pull the power supply out in order to figure this out, but it looks like I can solder in over there and go under and over to this stuff. Now, I could make Klipper turn on and off the fan. Like, I could put it to one of the FETs that turns on just like one of the loads. I don't know where those are. I think down here? Well, there's bed power here. And then I've got motor power up there. I don't think those are switched. I think it's the ones over here that are switched. Let's take a look at the pinout of the SKR Pro version 1.2. I didn't want to do this today. I forced myself to do this. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. There we go. Okay. SKR Pro 1.2. Of course, all the all the autocompletes are all filling up. What the heck? Oh, here we go. So, what do we have here? Yeah, see, like these heater outputs are going to be 24 volts, and they're switched on and off. But then again, I don't know if I want. I think I want it to power up just once, like with the rest of the printer. Of course, then I'm pouring current into this motor controller and not necessarily using it. But I guess it's okay. Yeah, if we just permanently, I can get 24 volts from like these pins. And then, unless bed power is not fed, that's power input. Motor power, is that in parallel with, I guess I can multimeter them out. I gotta do the multimeter. I can get 24 volts from those big terminals because it's not switched. And I guess there is a fuse on one of them too. Let's just check the ohms and see if they're connected, so I don't have to unplug a ton of stuff. And then it's just a matter of finding, one of the pins down here that I'll use for the PWM signal. And with Klipper is awesome. The only thing I have to do in Klipper is add just a block of settings. Just a little block of settings to say, hey, the fan is on this pin. And, use this frequency of PWM. It's beautiful. Okay, so power would be here. And this one is motor power. And we get a couple ohms. So those are connected. Negative. A couple ohms. Okay, cool. And we're going to give this its own pins, just because I don't want to leech off of the CAN bus. CAN bus is plugged into the little adapter board that I made for the printer itself. But if I double up on the pins, that's not a very good way to go. There might be other places that I can get those pins, but I don't have any information about the board that I made, because we made it so long ago that I was still using Eagle 7, not Fusion 360 Eagle, so I don't have the files. It's lost to technology. All right, so there's a bunch of pins. You can't really see. I would need 4 and then 2. I think I need to take this thing off of here, but the problem is I don't know how I plugged stuff in. So I guess what I can do is make markings on these things so that I know how to plug them back in again. which requires a Sharpie. So I'll just do a single line down this thing, and then across the board. Let's see. I don't know how I can do that marking. I can take a picture of it with my phone, but we'll do two lines on this one, and 2 lines down here. We can do 1 line on this one, 1 line down here. I can do 3 on this one, and 3 down here. I think that's it. What's this? This is just a wire. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I'm going to do a line here, from here to here. And that'll give me the way to plug that back in. I think this is 24 volts right here, these two. But we'll try to see if we can get it elsewhere. I need to actually take this up to the bench and observe it. Okay, that's free. I mean, you know, the JST XRs, I think, are 0.1 inch. So I could probably make my own, another board, rather, out of perf board if I need to. All right, let's get this off of here. Should be able to just do a half turn. I think I used the normal kind of cleats on this. Yeah, there we go. Come on, there we go. Cool. All right, so that board removed from there. Whoop. Take that back to the bench. Oh my God, what is all this crap? All right, let's get this out of the way. I'll take the microscope and we can look at what I built so many years ago. I think the name and date is on this thing. Oh, it's nasty. Oh, you're nasty. This is nasty. All this stuff is labeled, and it's all wrong. It's all different now. I kind of remember making this board. I had a lot of fun with it. Oh, 7/18/2019, huh? I guess in 2019 I wasn't quite using Fusion 360 yet. Wow, my markings are really dumb looking. Okay, so I could use, what do we have? Zmin, Zmax. Zmin and Zmax, aren't they? No, those are the two. Yeah, the Y motor, the Z motor, and the other Z motor are all plugged into those. But then I have these limit switch pins. Are those are not very thick. They already have ground on it, so I could possibly use those two as, well, that would make it 2 pins instead of just, I would like to double up on the pins, but no, I do not have a master's degree. I have a bachelor's of science in motor controls and robotics. I do not have a master's degree. I would love to get an honorary master's degree. That would be kind of nice. Fans and heater. Those are actually pretty rife for exploitation. Where are they going? What is this? What did I do? This is so long ago that I built this. Did I say hi to Delafrance? I think I did. Well, if I didn't, then that was me just saying hi now. Heater, I guess, right? That goes to the heat bed, and there was nothing plugged into it. What I'm looking for is a sufficient plug that's going to carry 24 volts and a signal, and has its own pins in the base over here. Although I think power is probably coming in. Those are all the motors on this side. I think I had to do everything else on the other side of the board. So it's kind of going to be tough to figure out what goes where. And these were for specific, yeah, like the BL Touch and the blower fan. Yeah, I have something plugged into here and here. So whatever these are doing. I don't know why the heater input is also going to this fan pin though. It goes straight up to that and then doesn't come out of there. It like doesn't come out of there. Why am I doing this? Why is this like this? Wait a minute. 24 volt ground and then 24 volt on these two pins. But it doesn't go anywhere from there. That's strange. Twitch hours should count towards masters. Get an AI to scan my streams, my 350 VODs, and see if I'm deserving of a either prison time or a master's degree. Yeah, so I am plugged into that. That has some nice juicy thick traces. These two have relatively thin traces. If I were to pipe 24 volts in from there. Now I am already piping 24 volts into this connector at some of these pins, so if I'm doubling up on 24 volts, those three are used because those all have markings on them. These two limit switches ones are not. They have thin wires. These were a bunch of DuPont connectors, and DuPont connectors can only go up to 1 amp. But then I've got the fans in and heater in. These go up to the x-axis. They're just and I'm not using a lot of, some of them are CAN bus now. I think that's this lower one, I think is CAN bus. Is that a 4-pin connector? Hold on, I should look over here. Yeah, that lower one is CAN bus, okay. And then the one, where is that one going? Oh, the X motor. Okay, so yeah, the X motor and then CAN bus. That's X-axis and EO fan have been repurposed in order to do that. And so I've got a ground and a 12 volt, which is now actually 24 volt, hanging in the lurch over there. But then this would be ground, and I think B would probably be 24 volts. It's only going to that pin. So what else am I doing here? I don't understand what this loop is. Like BL Touch, that's got power and stuff on it. I don't know if that's going to the same power as everybody else. Might be. That little jump there, I'm wondering what's going on. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, I remember now. The heater and the thermometer for the heater. The heater pins and the thermometer pins are coming from a different plug. It's a plug that can carry more current because they're 120 volts. So, or no, the bed heater was 24 volts. Anyway, it's all CAN bus now, but before I had it coming in on a different connector, and then it would plug into this, and then that would take it up to the x-axis. So these are pointless. Those won't work. Blockchain. It's blockchain. Something with a prime. Thank you for the prime blockchain. Who unsubbed me? That was Jeff Bezos. He was looking at a console and a little light came on and he went, oh, I see. Blockchain hasn't re-upped their prime. And he pressed that big button and a light came on. But now the light has gone off and he's sitting there in his office going, no! Bring me more child's blood. I need a transfusion. I need to be balder. Okay, so where am I actually going to be getting this stuff from? I need to find pins that I'm not using. I need to find them. Where are the pins that I am not using? Ha ha ha. I can use one plug from the DB connector because I can handle up to 5 amps. And the problem is, I think a lot of the plugs that I can use are like the BL Touch and the heater whatever thing, like the ones that run directly from the controller all the way out to the BL Touch. The BL Touch is now on that CAN bus board. I'm telling you something, CAN bus really can save you a lot of aggravation when you're building a printer because you don't have to run 10,000 wires all over the place. But I now have these positions free. I would like to double up on them so that the fan isn't heating up any of the connectors, but we might not have that option. All right, so I suppose I'm going from BL Touch pins. BL Touch is a servo, but it's got a bunch of different... Yeah, see, I quadrupled up on the heater pins over here. So this connector is pretty useless. That connector is not really doing anything. Over here, we have probably a shared 5-volt pin. We have an S pin, if that's correct. G, W, G, so it's ground, and then whatever W is, and then ground, and then signal. That would be 2 grounds, possibly 2, the S's. The W and S could potentially be 24 volts. Ah. FIL? BL servo G, BL servo 5 volts, BL servo S, BL servo, BL switch G and S. So G and S could be our positive. The grounds that it takes in we could use as the grounds. And then the switch S, servo S, and then one of the other pins. We could even use the BL servo 5 volts as the signal line. So we use fill S or something. But let me double check to make sure that the grounds are not all... They're probably all bust into ground. So... God, this is like harder than it really should be. It's a lot more difficult than it should be. I can't see that from here. I have to use the microscope. Oops. Keep clicking on the wrong scenes. Okay, so switch ground. Oh yeah, you guys wanna play along at home. Servo ground, switch ground. Yeah, they're all bust together. So anything that's labeled G, we cannot use. It's all already automatically connected. What about the other 5 volts? Wasn't there another 5 volts on this? What do I think about quantum computers? They're very good for a very specific thing that they do. They've not quite made it out into doing normal computing tasks. I don't fully understand them. I don't really know exactly what we're doing with them, but technology's cool. Yeah, it's always nice. Is there another 5-volt pin, or is there only one? In which case, we'd use that. Because we could just use it as a signal instead of a 5 volts. I could use it as a 24 volts, which would really throw somebody for a loop. I don't think this is going anywhere. So I got ground, ground, 24 volts. We could try to get away with one wire for 24 volts, but I don't think we're going to. We could try, though. We could try anything. And I guess what I could do is... I mean, this motor controller is so small, and I've got such long wires coming from the actual motor. Where did my stuff go? Where is my stuff? Where's the motor? Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. So this directly plugs in with this. I don't think these are going up to an amp. They seem like they're okay with it, but here they did make things warm. But I could maybe even install this thing like right there. Or just, I don't know, tape it to the back of this thing. And then this might be enough to get all the way to where the fan sits. It only has to go across the back of the printer. That's a pretty long wire. At some future date, we can figure out what to do with the rubber wire grommet. But I can make this a part of this. I can even just solder to the pins for now, and we'll just roll with that. Just go around like that and just solder directly to them. Probably not a great idea, although it'll carry more current, so maybe that's a solution. Or I make one of the DuPont plugs into what I'm looking for. and I can desolder these and then route them to where they, yeah, let's do that. That's more fun. I'm going to get rid of this entire DuPont connector, or whatever, pin header connector, and then we'll use those pads in order to route the JST plug to where it needs to go. And then I will crimp a JST onto the end of this. Yes, yes. Finally a plan. I don't know what the max amps of the JSTs are, actually. You should probably look that up. I think they can take a little bit more than a DuPont. JST XH. Connectors have serieses at companies, and JST XHs are pretty popular. Drones use a lot of different types of connectors. There's like other JST connectors that are different pin pitches and they fit in smaller areas. Some pins for some stuff, like some connectors carry more current, some are better with small signals, some like to really stay connected at the detriment of like the entire design where you try to unplug it and it explodes. It's very difficult to work with the proper connectors for stuff. There's also a series of connectors that are copied off of each other and equivalents and stuff like that. It is a mad world out there. So JSTs are pretty universal. They hold on decently well, and we're about to find out whether or not they take an incredible amount of current. They're no dB connector, but they are smaller. And they're more universal. You can buy kits of JST XHs on Amazon for $14, and then you can get the crimper for $28. Or you could use the engineer crimper, the something IA09 crimper, if you really feel masochistic. What up, Esteban? But it's often very hard to identify connectors. It's always nice when there's a labeling on them. The best way to find them, if you're looking for a connector that you don't know what it is get out the calipers, measure the pin pitch, and then start searching via, like searching on DigiKey in the square housings or the connectors of the particular type. You can find them and narrow them down by the pin pitch. That's your first weapon, and then from there you need to find like what's going to set this apart from all the others. What's the feature of it? And then hopefully you can narrow things down. 3D data, it's always nice to have. So what are your specifications overall, JST-XH? You got nothing. You're not... There we go, okay. 3 amps. Okay, so we're well within our means. Aside from the startup current, which I don't think is... Well, the power supply didn't show me a huge inrush. There might be a huge inrush. We can also program the motor controller to not have a huge inrush. But if we're using JST-XH, that's pretty awesome. I would not trust them with 250 volts. Hell no. Imagine 250 volts going through this thing. I guess maybe some like monitor power supplies and stuff probably do that. Okay, so we're good if we use this connector and if we don't use the pin headers. Actually, is there a... Wait, hold on. DuPont connector. I don't know what specific series it is for the DuPont connector. And how to crimp them properly. DuPont connector is a vernacular term which is a link that you can click on. Why is that a link? Which refers to a number of different types of 0.1-inch pitch connectors. That's the standard perforated prototyping and solderless breadboard, and basically older 70s, 80s, 90s electronic pin pitch. They feature black plastic housings, which retain contacts with fingers built into the housing body. All are very similar in appearance, but vary significantly in quality and price. There are various other names, often at blah, 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 TYU, JWT. Drop a comment if you know another. Like, comment, subscribe, leave a comment below. These are acronyms that some of the many Chinese... Blah, 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 blah. In some cases, DuPont connector may refer to an unrelated connector. Blah, blah, blah. Molex SSL. Molex SL. Oh, these are the locking ones. We had these for a microcontroller accelerometer project. Example part numbers. Oh yeah, the crimper that's from the company is incredibly expensive. It'll probably do a wonderful job crimping your connector, but incredibly expensive. You can see here the Molex is actually meant to wrap around the jacket of the wire, whereas any sort of knockoff that's not exactly the right thing might do the thing where it curls in, and that curl-in thing, the way that I've seen it done properly is that the metal does a full curl, and so you have two soft curled pieces of metal just pressing down on that wire jacket instead of penetrating it, which can cause your wire to fray badly. What it really should be doing is hugging the wire, and it all depends on the design of the crimp. If you see that the crimp has a cup, but one side and the other side aren't populated, that means it's likely meant to wrap around and hug the wire. But if you have two pieces like this that are too long, then it's supposed to curl. With the JST connectors, they are designed to curl in, I guess. I don't like the curl-in ones. I don't think that this is good. I think that wears the wire faster, but that's what JST does, and oftentimes I can't find the right crimp for it. I do, the crimper that I have, this guy, the Presivia, the PR3254, this thing will do DuPont connectors all day, and it's got a rounded die as the number 3 die, and it does them all day, every day. DuPonts are so nice and easy to do. You can make that one on the left there all day. It depends on which ones you buy. But the other ones that this does are the ones that curl the wire down. I simply don't prefer them. Yeah, Engineer PA09. So that's this. This one, I guess, is relatively famous for its ability to do crimps. Now, this thing will go down to those sub sizes, the really tiny connectors that I like. The really, really tiny stuff. This one will handle, maybe not the smallest of the small, but it will handle a lot of the variety of crimps that I have here. It's also extremely frustrating to work with because the PA09 will hold on to the crimp and you have to kind of work it out. Whoever did this website, mattmillman.com, hats off. This is a very good job. I wouldn't use a green matte. I'm kind of traumatized with matte color. Matte color, if you're taking pictures and you're filming, it looks like you did color corrections on it, but the camera is going to want to have a particular histogram of color. Like they want to have like an even number of colors in their image because they figure everybody is photographing like the outdoors and nature and stuff. And so when you have a green matte, it will tend to say, wow, look at all that green. I need more red. And it'll up the red. And so it looked like for a while on my stream, like I was about to explode from blood pressure because my hands were like red. And it was just simply because the Logitech webcams are very dumb and the matte was very green. So I switched over to gray matte, and it's like the cameras are just... and I ran into something similar actually with my old job, the job that is in the description. One collection of alphabet soup letter agencies would take pictures of devices with one color matte. We would use another, and another one would use a third. And all of the circuit boards looked weird. All the circuit boards, all the wire colors. It took a lot of convincing for them to put a little color gradient on the photos. The worst ones were the people who were using orange mattes. The orange matte would blow out all the colors in every single fucking direction. They were the worst photos I've ever seen on the orange mattes because the device looked like it was in the shadows. And you're like, well, now I know what it would look like in a dark alleyway. That's orange. But, oh, it's so bad. The best pictures that we ever got were ones that were taken outside with gray mats. Somebody like had like a device for just a little bit and we had to do a full analysis on it. So they took the pictures outside and quickly and then brought them back. And when we opened them up, it was like the Ark of the Covenant opened up. Like all the detail we could see, everything looked flat and perfect. You could see the exact colors of everything because it's sunlight. It was so nice. I never saw the sun again, but I mean, you know, it was good for a little while there. These things will make you broke. These crimpers that come from the specific company, they are extremely expensive. We get by with all the connectors that we need with just these two right here. That's all you really need, unless you're doing larger wire stuff, you know, because these are really for like smaller wires. I would love to find an alternative to this one, but this one's pretty good. This was suggested by a chat member. I think I bought this one. I don't think a chat member suggested that. How do you even work in orange mat? Where do you even find orange mat? I don't know. They raided somebody's gym. Give me these mats. I need to take photos of IEDs. It's madness. It's madness. What are you using? Oh, that's an official crimp tool. An official Molex crimp tool. I wonder where this one copies off of. Yeah, it looks very similar, doesn't it? No, not quite. Not quite. I think the lower jaw on that one is what articulates. Oh, but this one too. I don't know. Yes, yes. Okay, what I'm still trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how many amps we can run through a DuPont connector onto a pin header. This is just a side thing, side quest, I don't know. I should not leave those autocorrect results up because you guys will be able to piece together like what I was doing yesterday. Not that I was doing anything secret, it's just a normal day, but you guys will get all weird and nosy about it. Pin header current rating. You know what? DigiKey. 0.1 pin header. Headers. I don't want specialty pin, I just want normal. What do we got in here? 7,900 results, and every kind of header you could ever imagine existing in this world. Not the kind that we need. It did say specialty pin, but look at that, like why, it always suggests this thing. This hideous piece of shit always comes up in my searches for headers and stuff. I don't need to suspend a bunch of components on a this is so you could use like a dip package plug to put a bunch of like discrete components on your design. What up, Brink GG? How you doing? How are you this fine day? We are on the precipice of getting snow and then rain, and that means no RC car. I would have had time. I would have finally had time to figure out what the top speed of my thing is. And I have a feeling it's going to be shocking, and I would really like to get a video of it so that we can see what's going on. You guys can see like what it's like with all this. What the hell? What are we doing out here? What are these engineers up to? Anyone who bought this should be arrested. They should just be arrested. Do you simply have this because nobody has ever used it? Maybe nobody's bought it. Maybe we are in an ideal world where abominations like this. Ah, what's going on? Oh, that was the CPAP hose settled down a little bit and made a weird ripping noise. I thought a giant spider was about to get me. This is useless because the pins are cut. Ah, you're in New York City, you might get the same thing. It's cold. It got real cold real fast. I don't mind it being cold during winter. I don't mind it. Everybody always bitches so much about snow. I like snow. I mean, I guess I'm capable of the physical activity of clearing snow. I understand that it's a pain in the ass, but it's a nice little bit of physical activity that you get. And I don't know, it's cold and comfy and cozy. I guess my permanent working from home status also kind of keys into that a little bit. But we haven't had like a proper, I think we need to get out a specialty pin here. We haven't had like a proper snowstorm in 2 years here. But we're going to get snow, and then it's going to immediately be washed away by rain. I mean, we could look at these and see what the current rating is on those, like through holes. Board spacers, no. Specialized, no. Headers, plugs, and socket. Okay, so the logo threw me off. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. A lot of people complain about it. I've had, there's a lot of people who just don't like snow, and it's the Pennsylvania-Florida pipeline, I guess. A lot of the people that I guess I'm talking about are probably from Florida, and they probably just go south and don't have to deal with any of the stuff. They just let it, whatever. The house will take care of itself. Yeah, the snowbirds. It should be illegal. No, I guess it's fine, but it should be illegal. Because I don't know, we used to go up to New Hampshire for Christmas, and that was always absolutely blanketed in snow. What the hell is that thing? What in the hell is that? What even is that? These look like more higher current stuff. I need 0.1 inch spaced headers. I need normal headers that aren't these weird railroad spikes. What's going on here? I think these are all like the big ones. The big one. You know, having to do the video uploads and listening to my own voice and my own impressions, I have learned, and unfortunately I've learned from footage that's 2 years old, so it's going to take a little while for the VODs to actually have personality and integrity, that I need to, one, amp up all of my reactions and emotions and movements. I need to not sit here and go, that's cool. And then two, my impressions suck. They're terrible. I've been listening to them. They're awful. It sounds way different in here. I'm too shy, and I'll say stuff too quietly, and then I'll do sort of the same stupid laugh at the stuff that, oh man. And don't try to convince me otherwise, chat. I know you guys like the other version of me, but I need to be a little bit more exaggerated and loud and scream at stuff more, because I the whole 2021 until like now-ish, I was just kind of like mousy in here. I was just trying to get work done and trying to, but I need to be more of a nut. Yeah, welcome to being an introvert. I know this is basically, but I need my personality to come out more, because it's not good. Part of it was seeing Ooh to Oh stream, and he's shouting and emoting and doing all that stuff, and I'm like, damn, this guy's good. Like, it opened my eyes to the lives of the establishment. I was not good at streaming for many, many years. I'm probably still not, but I'm trying to get over myself. That laugh right there, I shouldn't have laughed. You see that? I don't know how to turn that off, though. I'm too joyous of a jolly old man. I'm not an old man. Not an old man. I am man. Simply man. Where is the pin pitch? The pin pitch. Where's the pin pitch? What have you done with him? Oh, pitch. There we go. 0.1. 2.54 millimeters. Apply. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how much current we can put through a normal old pin header, which is for some reason 100% impossible to find on DigiKey. DigiKey is like wading into an ocean to find a jellyfish. You need to be in the right location, you need to be in the right mindset, and you need to not get swept away by the current. This is like ADHD poison, is what this website is. I do think I need to get a haircut, though. I know people like the hair longer, but I probably need to. Oh wait, what's going on? Ah! Okay, I just spilled my soda. Hold on. What did AutoMod do? You misspelled neighbor's paths. My son clearing snow from paths for our neighbor's paths, and you spelled it like nay hours, and for some reason, that's race, ethnicity, or religion. I'm gonna allow it. I don't know what that is. That like a cult? Sorry, Wayne Johnson. I didn't see the mod activity over there. Yeah, we did that in actually post-college. When we first moved into Virginia a million years ago, we had that big Virginia snowstorm. And so we went around in my friend's big truck, and we shoveled people's driveways. And never have I seen so much suspicion foisted upon our well-meaning asses, because we were like, we're sick of being inside. Let's go out and help shovel people out of their driveways. And so we went, and a bunch of us pop out of a car and we go, hey, you guys need help. And then we all work together and everything. Yeah. I thought I was trying to say a racial slur and negate AutoMod. I don't know what and you guys, of course, will not type it, or else you'll feel the wrath. But we used to race bicycles on the lake in the winter. That sounds fun. More grub screws, maybe. But yeah, we were shoveling driveways just because we were cooped up. We were a bunch of young adults that were like, dude, our muscles need moving. So we jumped out at people and went, boo! And then they went, ah! And then called the cops. No, we jumped out at people and shoveled their shit for free. But people were very suspicious of us. One of the cool things that I saw in Northern Virginia when I was living there in Falls Church, Virginia, was thunder snow. Thunder snow is not allowed to be spelled without full capitalization because thunder snow is awesome. It was snowing so much that there was like a bubble of visibility around you, right? Because there was just so much snow in the air. It just became sort of a gray haze. And we heard, you know, in the distance, and then suddenly, boom, boom, boom. It was just flashes of pure white. You couldn't see a damn thing. It was like sticking your head into one of those reflector flashes for like a photo shoot. It was insane. Coolest thing ever. Where am I? Okay, there we go. Yeah, thunder snow. Why am I not finding normal pin headers? What the hell's going on here? We're gonna search by category. Let's get out of here. Chat, let's get the hell out of here. Product index. And then, oh God, where do we even start with this? Products. Products. Connectors. Backplane, barrel, circular, coax. D-sub. Flat flexible connectors. Now I just want to look at that. Hold on. I just want to look at that. I just want to look at what a flat flexible connector is. Okay. Where are all these dudes getting these flat flexible? They're like super expensive connectors and interconnects. It would be awesome to do like for like the RC car, do the wiring between modules using something like a flat flexible connector. And that's getting more available to people like us. It is getting more available. We can do a lot more with that stuff these days. What are we looking for? We're looking for a 0.1 inch spaced header and the maximum amount of current that's going through it. And I don't want your help because the journey is as much fun as finding the answer. Because it's Friday and none of us want to concentrate on anything, and I'm kind of muddling my way through the stream today. Getting distracted by literally anything that I can. Oh, rectangular connector. Does it count as a rectangular? Header's specialty pin. That's specialty pin, though. Board in, direct wire to board. Board spacers, stack board. Free hanging board. Header board. Header receptacle, female board. Header specialty board pin. Rectangular connectors and accessories. Which one would it be? Male pin? But that's a header. We're not really looking for rectangular. I mean, rectangular connector showed me a header, but this is headers, comma. There's a comma in there. Okay, so we were in the right category. So let's go to 0.1 inch space for the pitch. 0.1, apply. I'm going to say in stock. That'll narrow it down a little bit and hopefully not give us as many junk results. We got just as many junk results. All right, so what are we looking for? Header strip. Why are there 4? Why is this on a turret? Slotted in solder cup. What huh? Okay, maybe specialty pin is not what we want. Maybe if we go to rectangular and narrow that down a little bit. So we'll go back to rectangular. Rectangular is where? Blade type, card edge, circular. Hello? Pluggable, rectangular. I mean, they show a pin header right there. Board spacers can kind of be the same thing. What the hell? Why am I having so much trouble with this? I guess male pin. And then we go to 0.1 inch space. This is not the ideal place to find this, I suppose. Oh no, I don't want row space. Hold on, not row space. I want pitch. There you go. There it is. The connector I found doesn't have ratings. That's why I'm trying to do it through DigiKey, because you get the good DigiKey. Oh, there it is, finally. Gee, you would think, but you didn't. Okay, so 0.1 inch space header, cheapest one, 2.54 from Worth. And then the data sheet, bada bing. Come on, Worth. You are not worth. 40 to 105. Current rating is 3 amps. So what about the DuPont? Back to DigiKey. The DigiKey. the typical DuPont crimp connector. I don't know what the part number is going to be, because according to the way that I run stuff, they seem to just appear out of nowhere. They sort of materialize into my shop. So it would be not LGH. I think rectangular, although if we look up the rectangular header, it'll give us a list of pins that are compatible with it. So they didn't used to do that, by the way. It used to be on you to find the compatible crimp, because you order them separately and you might not necessarily order the same thing. This is before I knew to search them by series. But luckily nowadays, DigiKey goes, oh, that's compatible with the following part numbers. Because that sure as hell saves me a lot of time. I always mess it up. Rectangular connectors. And then we're doing not specialty pin, not rectangular connector housing. Most JST and DuPont connectors are under 5 amps until you get to battery. See, our goal is 2 amps. 2 amps is the upper limit of what I saw the power supply saying. So it turns out we might be able to get away with 2 wires going directly to the, what do you call it? To the header without it blowing up or getting hot. Spacing would be 0.1 inch for the DuPont header. Nope, wrong one, wrong one, that one, not that one. And then, I don't think DuPont's going to be in here, is it? Yeah, DuPont's not in there. It's going to be something else, but similar. Like that, this one, maybe that one. These all look to be about what I'm looking for, but let's see if we can find something a little bit closer. Like that. That one has a little horn on it. It's got a little like bump. Let's see. So what are you compatible with? Mating product. That looks like a kind of a different one. That's an Amphenol. Let's take a look at that and see what it tells us. Oh my God. These data sheets are madness. These are all dimensions. Mini PV, receptacle crimp to wire, product families, PV terminals, surface check, tolerance unless otherwise, sheets revisions, type product customer drawing, size A3, status released. Now this is electrical stuff. How about down here? Down here is going to be all about, oh, here we go. Yeah, depending on the wire. Product meets European Union, blah, blah, blah. Not intended to be exposed to manufacturing soldering processes. That is correct. Your crimps are not designed to be soldered. They should not be soldered. Because it creates a hard spot in the wire, and then that'll end up flexing instead of it flexing on the jacket. I am guessing the amp rating, no, it wouldn't depend on the wire. It depends on the construction of the crimp, but they're not forthcoming with those in this drawing. Maybe there's probably not another data sheet. What about mini PV series? What is that gonna, doesn't give us any. Let's see how much the crimpers costs. Was it 5 pages? Oh, maybe I should have gone into the document a little deeper. We'll go back to the window. Yeah, only $500 for this crimper. $500. Super cheap. Oh my God, there's a dark mode? I don't think I like the way this looks, but we'll try it. Yeah, they're not cheap. They are not cheap. Okay, get rid of this. Go back to this guy. The color contrast between this blue and gray is not great. It's not great. It's not gray either. Ah, more pages. All right, yeah, this is where we're gonna get into it. I thought it was one of those data sheets that just gives you like this page, and that's all you're gonna get. So, material and plating, spring thickness, AWG range, this, that, and the other thing. Plastic, hard body material, nah. I don't know. I don't see electrical ratings in here. This is an old data sheet too. Like, weird. Did I miss it? Probably missed it. Material and plating, grabber spring. No rating, so it must be infinite. Yes. Note 7? I don't know where note 7 is. Probably up top. Yeah, I don't really... Oh, that's funny. They're all in line like that. They seem to avoid that, giving you that number very specifically. Yeah, it's materials, and then more on materials per part number, and then plating availability, brass body, copper spring, spring thickness. I'm not seeing it. Because, I mean, they have to have like an amperage rating for the metal here, because there's a brief section where this piece is carrying all of the current. Probably right here. This spot right here, where it's the pin comes up to that spot and the wire comes up to this spot, and then this right here is carrying the entire current of the line. That has to have some kind of a rating, right? $0.83 for one of these? Holy, what is going on here? It's a racket. All right, so I guess I'm going to assume, I mean, JST is good to 5 amps. The DuPonts appear to be good to 3, from what I understand. At least the pin header is. I always assume 1 amp on those, but I guess everything will be totally fine and no problems will arise at all whatsoever. So we just continue on. So I'm going to remove this entire row of pins. The one above it, I guess I could also remove too, because I'm really only plugging into these two. And then I can get rid of these 2 connectors too. I want to actually get rid of all of the superfluous connectors that are in this thing, so that I don't accidentally plug into something that I shouldn't. That'll be a good opportunity to use the solder gun. What's going on here? This is a long screw. Jeez. I am a machine that turns devices into piles of screws. All right, put the bracket over there, and now I can work on this. And we can, let me wheel the 3D printer away a little bit. This is like the simplest of things that I'm trying to do, and it's probably going to take more time than stream offers me. That's what streaming is. You got to stop and explain and smell the roses and all that stuff. This solder gun is not easy to get to right now. Hold on. Come hither. All right, now this thing is like a dumb soldering iron, so it does get pretty toasty. Put these away, get stuff out of the way so I can actually operate here. Everything has a home that it has to go to. Get out of the way, light. All right. Jeez. Yeah, so we'll take one of the DuPont 4-pin connectors and we'll connect it to this board, and then we can do a couple little jumps between these two pin header rows, and that'll allow us to run all of the run all the appropriate connections out to the print bed. And then, of course, we'll have to do control box surgery in order to get the pins into the 24-volt supply and the, what do you call it? The board for the PWM signal. I wonder if there's another 24 volts that I can grab onto where it's a little bit more elegant. It's not running from all these different locations. That might be a bit of a problem right there. You know, I think the expert way to do this is not with this thing. Yeah, this thing is, it's a little loud. It's kind of effective, but I don't know if this will be the appropriate tool for the job, because I'm kind of chewing up that pad. This thing is amazing at removing potentiometers, but I think the classic pin header method is what we need to do, which is to heat up one side of the soldering iron and then grab the pin from the other and just remove it, because I don't think this is going to get us there. I should try it on the 2-pin ones, because this, I think these are still connected largely. They have surface tension. Oh, it doesn't look like anything got removed. Yeah, that's just not cooperating at all. This thing's too full of. I think it might be clogged. I got to remember that the wire gets hot when I do this, because I've done the sounding thing with this thing before and totally burnt the shit out of my hand. Wait, this still has part of the solder sucker stuck on it. What the hell? Nope, that's totally clear. Watch out for the sounding rods. Sound of the buzzer. Yeah. No, see, I think I need to do those the other way. Let me try the JSTs with the solder sucker gun, and we'll see if anything moves on that. Because, yeah, that's still in there. Easy way to do pin headers is just to heat up the one side and then pull the pin through. Yeah, none of these are... Oh. Okay, so probably a couple of them are actually capable of coming out. So maybe that's a skill issue on my part. Try to get these out in one piece. It's a good excuse to try the solder sucking gun. See, I feel like that's peeling up the pad. I don't know, these are Seed Studio boards, but from a long time ago. Well, from 2019. So I don't know if their pads are super duper attached. And this thing might be a little bit hot for the circuit board. I feel like I chewed up the circuit board. That one came right out. So that one. Maybe this is a little hot. Yeah, that's the problem. Let's see if those pads are clean. With the soldering iron. Yeah, like right there. Is that actually peeling up, or is that just dirt? That seems to be being damaged. This one seems okay. How about over here? This is kind of concerning. Yeah, it does. It looks like it's scratched off the pad right there. So that's like hugely detrimental. So I got to be careful when using that tool. What is it set to right now? It should be set at 420. Oh, it's like a 410 to 430. Yeah, it is set to 420. What's soldering? Pyro. What the heck? With the vibe emote, the bunny vibe emote. And then when I saw that when I was browsing through emotes, I'm like, all right, I got to get a bunny emote for Pyro. What's soldering iron? This is a Pace ADS 200. Nowadays, you can get the amount of wattage that the Pace has for much cheaper. But I like this because I've used it for centuries. We used to have these at my old job, and they get hot instantly, and they have plenty of watts and changeable tips in order to get your heat down the way you want. The best bunny emote. Darren, unplug this. Okay, so I'm gonna let that cool down for a bit because this is like it's like a dumb Radio Shack soldering iron. It holds its heat forever. But what we're gonna do is remove these DuPont headers. Actually, probably should put some solder back on them, and then I will heat up each pin and pull. What do you mean patriotic? It's just got pictures of circuits on it. Patriotic? No, it's a good iron. It was expensive, but it is, you know, doing what I do. It's a tool that I use almost daily. I shudder to think the expense of spare parts, though, if it comes to that, where I'll need to get spare parts in order to repair something if anything ever breaks. I do have my old one, though. This one was gifted to me by Wexo. He decided to follow my Amazon list and get me a very expensive tool. It's pretty cool. So, I mean, I could hold on to the board with some... I should probably have something to hold on to the board. I think the vise I can squish down on some of the PCB over here. For removing these two, I need room for the wrench to get in there, though, so maybe I'll just squish the DB connector. Is Pace an American company? I don't really track that. I would guess so. I guess that's how they're doing it. But I also just really like the system of being able to pull the tip out and replace it like instantly. Uh-oh. Jeez. That one did not want to go silently into the night. See, I need somewhere that I can pull on because I need to pull this just enough to unseat it from the plastic. What the heck is going on here? They're one of the only American-made soldering irons. Huh, I didn't know that. I legitimately did not know that. It's just a very good soldering iron. Iron Go Burr. Why is that so difficult to do? What are these pin headers? These 2019 pin headers are fighting me. What's going on over here? I think I clicked something by accident. All right. Get out of the way, mouse. What are you even doing here? What are you even doing here? This is one of the few ways to remove pin headers, and it totally destroys the pin header, but pin headers are consumable items. They grow on trees. When you buy them, though, you lament how expensive they are, and then you forget. It's part of the natural process. Why is this one so sunken in? What happened here? I don't want to push down too hard with the soldering iron because I've ruined stuff that way before in the past. in the past. Oh, that's the only one that's in. Huh. Give me this. Oh, uh-oh. There. Let's do the second one while we're here. One of my roommates has a cold and they are just coughing at the top of the stairs, and it's all I can pay attention to. I've only known paste by how expensive and overpriced they are. Your iron seems decently priced, but their hot air stations are out of this world expensive. That's that industry tax. Yeah, the soldering iron base from Pace is really nicely priced. Though, there's been a lot of entry into the soldering iron market. And like the TS100 and the TS80, I've used the TS100 and it feels like it heats up just about as fast as the Pace station does. So there's certainly is competition in that realm. Now I'm somebody who got the Pace soldering iron and it never breaks, so I don't have to do anything with that. The tips will sometimes get hinky, and then you just buy another one for 30 bucks. So I don't really know the state of the art here. And I know that there are better and cheaper alternatives to what I have done. But again, I bought a permanent tool and that's it. I don't got to worry about it no more. Why is this gone so badly? What's going on here? This thing is like being weird. Eh? Jeez. Let's get the excess out of there, I guess. What this does is it can tend to form a solder spike that'll hold the plastic in place. So you got to go back through with an iron and just flatten out the spikes. I also think there might just be like a lot of material. Let's see here, get to that one. It's the last one. Jeez. Get in your cage. He's the last one. Okay, so now I got to go through and desolder all of the pins. They are a complete mess. This is just, so what I'm doing here is I'm removing all of the excess, and I should probably get rid of this one too. I'm removing all the excess because the things that I'm not plugging into, I don't want to be confused about again. That's one of the big takeaways that I got from this thing when I first looked at it a minute ago, was that I don't know what's plugged into where, and I don't want to have that confusion again. Actually, what I could do is remove that other header and put, I don't know if the JSTs will fit there though. I've got two JSTs that plug into this. What are they? 4 pins. I don't know if they will fit in proximity to one another. I could at least make one of them a 4-pin. Yeah, Hakko is one that I see a lot of people doing. Hakko's a decent company if you like your soldering setup to look like fluorescent playground equipment. That's not an insult. Sometimes things look cool like that. What's flux? What was the other company that we had? Their soldering iron's like it looks like the 2001 obelisk. I don't know, is that Hakko? I think that's somebody else. Weller, yeah, Weller. Voila. You know what? Soldering braid is cool to look at, and it's fun to use, but I should probably use the solder sucker on these. Has that been ground, or did my iron turn off? No, iron's still on. Here, look. So this is desoldering braid. What it's designed to do is have surface area that will wick. Sorry, desoldering braid or solder wick. It's designed to pull the solder off of there just by tinning the bare copper of the solder braid. And you can see there it leaves things nice and pristine. This stuff is better for surface mount. You can use it with through-hole, but it's not cheap. It's a big copper braid that you've purchased. So instead of that, I'm going to use the, what is it, the Engineer S02 or whatever, solder sucker. I hate solder suckers. The typical design of your solder sucker is this big spring trap made out of blue plastic that has a white plastic tip that you're supposed to put up against the thing that you're sucking the solder from. Problem with that, plastic melts. Plastic melts. And so you get plastic smell all over, and then you get burnt plastic on stuff. I only use this product, solder wick from, I don't know, Rosin SD, Chemtronics. I only use the Chemtronics stuff. I don't got time for solder braid that doesn't work. Yeah, this was, again, another tool that I use like permanently that Wexo sent in. Wanted to get a review. It was either Wexo or Twisted Sister, actually. I'm not sure. Wanted to, like, I went on my rant about how solder suckers are terrible, and they were like, well, try this one. And they sent it in. I was like, all right. So I gave it the old college try. And the good thing about this one is that you can get a little piece of 1/4-inch silicone rubber hose, and you can cut it to the length of the little tongue that sticks out of this thing in order to push the solder away. This pushes the solder back out of the nozzle. You can see right there. You cut it to that length, and now you have a high temperature silicone, I don't know, hose end that you butt up against what you're desoldering, and that will give it a little bit of a seal. And that little bit of a seal makes all the difference. So it's a very effective tool when it's used properly. Yeah, either desolder braid or just whenever the solder is fighting you a little bit. Sometimes you add solder in order to give it a little bit more inertia to get sucked on. Or, yeah, you can add a little bit of flux to stuff. We already have plenty of flux all over the place on this one. So yeah, this will, when used properly, this will completely clean out nothing, apparently. I think I need to apply heat for a little longer. If this is a ground pin, then this pin will have all of its heat wicked away by that ground plane. So I'll add a little bit of solder, and I'll hold it there until I see it sink a little bit. It should sink down into the joint. Or not. Okay, it didn't sink down, but I'll take it there. There we go. Yeah, the ones that come with like that typical like Hako style solder sucker that's all plastic, it's really terrible. But I didn't know that there were alternative designs, so when this was sent in, it was a godsend, because solder wick is what I'd use almost exclusively, and while it is very fancy looking, and it does a great job, sometimes it can't lift solder out of these through-hole holes, whereas the solder sucker can, because it's basically pulling all that solder through. Oh yeah, if you have to deal with lead-free solder and you don't want to deal with the higher temperatures, and it's that older stuff that's kind of a finicky, it really helps to add your own solder, to add lead to the alloy. I don't mind lead-free solders. I think they're just fine. You work at slightly higher temperatures, and the formulations of them have gotten a lot better. People don't give them enough credit. I mean, in this hobby, and especially if you get a jobby in this hobby, you will be exposed to lead. I am being exposed to lead right now. This solder has some lead in it. It's not totally lead-free. It's got a little bit. For some reason, the old guard of electronics gurus are so against progress that they somehow appreciate having lead in stuff. That's where we've gotten to with all this tribalistic bullshit, is somehow people are rooting for lead. And while it is a little bit shinier and it does work a little bit easier in your soldering, it's universally a good thing that it's gone. And I guess I gotta qualify that with in my opinion, because somebody's gonna argue that no, it's not better that lead is gone. I like lead poisoning. It boggles the mind. The modern, ooh, I'm getting a cramp in my back, getting a back cramp. Moving that safe has done a number on my my muscles. I'm still recovering from that. Come on, man. Ow, ow, ow. This is actually kind of painful. Hold on, this is going to be a painful one. Diabetes and Charlie horses, basically every now and then your muscles like lock up, because apparently we make a lot of lactic acid. I don't know why, but yeah, right now I moved my back in a funny way and the muscle just tightened. 6337. I don't know which one this is. Oh, it's right here. Hold on. Rosin core. 3.344. I don't think that's right. This is from Illinois. (2021) 1020, 3-year warranty. Lot number, weight. It says 3.344, but I don't know if that's the formulation of it. There's no other information that looks like those numbers, so. Old school Radio Shack solder spool. I unfortunately have moved through all of my Radio Shack solder spools. A newer lead-free spool from Fry's in 2019. Really? Fry's is no longer around, which is lucky for me because apparently my logo, my emote, is a lot like Fry's mascot. Eerily so. I came up with mine independently in an effort to basically copy Google emotes. Sofa King. Please read from sheets. Thank you for subbing with a Prime. Yeah, isn't that... look, I didn't know Fry's had a mascot, and the only time I've been to a Fry's was in 2006 when I went down to Dallas, Texas. Only time I've ever been to a Fry's, I swear. And I didn't know the chip existed. I didn't know the logo existed. And it's like theirs looks like a ripoff of mine. It looks way worse designed, probably because it's the drawing of the owner of the place. It's their machination, whereas mine was made to be an emote. Partially leaded. I don't know how much. I tried to look. I tried to answer your question earlier. So I'm just cleaning it up with this. This will just make sure that all the pads are just directly straight down. They don't have any excess solder on them. You can see it's wicking away little tiny bits. And then I'll come in with some goof off and get rid of all of this excess flux on the board. Because it's nasty. Nasty stuff. I want this to be pretty. You can post it. I mean, I've been over this before on stream. Why is there still so much in there? Huh, that was weird. Well, they didn't survive the pandemic, Fry's. So I guess I won. But even before 2019, I was using the chip logo as the emotes. I mean, I made these emotes in like, maybe I made them in 2019. I don't know. Oh, I think in order for those to embed on some people's applications, it needs to be a particular, yeah, like that doesn't have a dot extension at the end of the URL. Charlie chip, really? I don't have a name for my chip. It's just one of my emotes. It's kind of a hideous mascot, though. It kind of doesn't really look nice. You know, the yellow of the Bother logo is a gradient. Never got to live somewhere where they were. Just got to hear about how great they were on every 2000s electronic forum. I got to one and it was okay. It was like a micro center. Except I don't know about the computer parts. We didn't really look through that. I looked through the electronics, and it was a lot like just your typical micro center in parts. I mentioned to you earlier, UU200, about me going through all my VODs and being like, holy shit, I need to emote more. I need to actually like have a personality. I think my 2021 oh bother self was not as, I think the pandemic definitely had an effect on me at that point. I was like not emoting, no personality. I wasn't moving my face around. Like I'd be here doing like the face cam stuff with the even worse circles under my eyes and just being like not emoting and just like kind of talking to the camera. Yeah, you know, that's kind of cool. Haha. And then I laugh at my own jokes with this like introverted laugh. It sucked. It's terrible. So I was like, I looked at his stream and he's like shouting and oh man, it's so much better. But damn, he's too good. But yeah, the fries, I went to Dallas one time to help retrieve my friend's car that he needed for college many, many years ago. And I got to wander around to Fry's Electronics and it was cool. I mean, as somebody who has always lived near a micro center, I'm in my post-pandemic energy stage. How long have you been doing this for? Because your name has not come up until you popped into this stream. And I'm like, he's got like 500 people watching him. I'm not worthy. I need to do more stuff that's just like dumb. The dumbest that I've gotten is this RC car that is way faster than it really has any right to be. And I've only just gotten the radio program. That took 5 hours for me to run 4 pins in a little RC radio. This is all sticky from the flux. Oh, I hate flux. Hate this stuff. Pandemic was not the norm. Well, I mean, I don't know. I was locked in a basement. I've never gotten COVID, and I've got all my shots. I actually have to do the most recent round of shots. I'm bad at getting the flu shot. I have all the 5G. I've become more powerful with every flu shot. And I don't plan on stopping. I'm going to take you down. I'm coming for you. Since August of 22. And it was fan edits before that. Damn, dude. I have been streaming since late 2018. And it has taken me a lot of time and effort, and the people you see in chat, to actually watch my stupid channel in order to partner. I've worked with Djibouti Show. Well, I haven't really worked with. I am known by Djibouti Show and Rabaz, and I've worked with Tom Thinks in order to make him a button. But yeah, it's hard to find those slam dunk projects that will help a streamer out. It's funny though, because all these dudes have their personal setups. And if there's one thing that electronics people are good at, it is customizing stuff to their own personal needs. And yet, none of them need anything. They don't need anything. So hyped when I found out there was another partnered electronics streamer and that he was like 4 times more boring than you are. Yeah, you're like, dude, this guy sucks. What a great day. Fuck yeah, pumping your fist in the air. Oh, and there I am laughing at my own jokes again. I've been uploading VODs, so it's like putting the dog's face in the piss puddle. I'm just like, holy shit, I'm like this? This is me? I can't go on like this. It's like all I have to complain about right now. Let's see how much cleaner that is. It's sticky. I hate flux. I hate it. I hate it. Hate. Where is my mouse? I hate my mouse now. Okay, here we go. Boop. We were looking at connector housings and figuring out how many amps this stuff could run. Here's a project from 2019. Look, Fry's Electronics was still active and they had this logo. No, wait, no, that's my emote. 7/18/19. This was done in Eagle 7, so I don't have this design anymore. I don't know what's going on here. And this has been sitting in the back of my printer. This is basically just a distribution board for all of the signals that come out of the control box. Dun, dun, dun. This is an SKR Pro version 1.2. That's my soldering iron wire. A 24 volt power supply from a dead guy. The reason that it came from Free Cycle. I didn't kill anybody. I don't know what they told you, but I did not kill anybody. It's a Free Cycle from a friend of mine bringing me a whole bunch of stuff. And it was really interesting stuff. I have a Windows XP computer that's designed to go in a control panel and doesn't have any sort of cooling at all. And I would love to get that up and running again, maybe put Linux on it or something. But all this cool stuff and a lot of not cool stuff, a lot of just boring like terminal crimps and stuff like that. But one of the things that came with all this stuff was a, where's the right camera? $500-ish power supply. So I'm putting it to use as the 24 volt power supply in my printer. So we've got really good power right here. We have an AC heat bed, SKR 1.2, Raspberry Pi, big TreeTech CAN bus, a bunch of the terminals that came from the dead guy's stuff. And I don't know what this is. This is something. What was that? That is something like a relay. Wait, what is this? What is this? Hold on a second. What am I doing with that? Oh, that's a voltage regulator. Right. I turned a relay into a voltage regulator. So that's a Pololu voltage regulator, and then I've got the status light for it on the thing that the relay, the little indicator that the industrial relay would have had up top. That's my power good. And so this is I just turned it into a DIN rail adapter, a voltage. What does that do? I think it turns it to 12 volts. But we got to figure out where we're going to put 24 volts. And so in order to do that, I am paring down this connector because it's got too many connectors in it. I really want to get a glass top for this because all of this work just sits behind a panel and nobody gets to see it. I put all this work into this thing. It's gorgeous. And then let's get rid of the fan connector back here. We got one more connector to get rid of. All that dousing with goof off, and this thing is still kind of like coated in flux. Yeah, I do not like flux. I'm famous. I direct people here all the time. Most people just never check the sci and tech categories for some reason. Okay, so I'm sitting here trying to track whether or not my YouTube VODs are actually routing people here, and I think maybe that worked on one person, and the rest of the new people I see is you. You're throwing me off. It's funny. I don't have, right now, I don't have any big reverse engineering projects. We did a lot of really good reverse engineering back in the day when I was building the two-handed joystick. There's a company called VKB that I believe is Russian, and they have a set of pedals that I really like. They're just helicopter pedals. They're good for like that sixth axis. And they didn't want you to know what signal was running on the wire because they want you to use their little orange box that you plug all your joysticks into, and then that little orange box speaks to the computer. So they have this protocol that all these other pieces talk and plug into that central box. So you actually just found me from the science and tech category. Hey, well, you're welcome here for now. But yeah, the VKB ecosystem is a bunch of joystick stuff that all plugs into a central piece. And this threw me for such a loop. As somebody who used to reverse engineer stuff that was partially intentionally made in order to befuddle engineers, I took a look at this signal and I saw ones and zeros, and I saw sizes of packets, and I took ones and zeros with an Arduino and I populated just a giant column of ones and zeros. And it looked like if you drew a line down the middle, there was zero interaction between the different bits that were being sent out. Something cryptographical was happening to these. I didn't know what. And the more I looked at it, the more I saw if one half of this changes, the other half changes in kind. So what's going on here? There's something in here in order to make this not make sense. Well, we took the two halves of this giant packet and we XORed them together, bit for bit. And that gave us a 180-degree signal from the pedals. That was one of those big moments because I was like calling friends like, dude, I can't figure this out and it's really bugging me. I was looking at pages of notebook and like readouts from the Arduino, and I was scratching my balls and head. I didn't know what was going on until I finally, put it into the Arduino to XOR the signal together, and then we got something out of it. Now, I was never satisfied with that because I thought it would be a 360-degree readout. It's 180, but they use an ATtiny85 and a magnetic rotary sensor. So this is like, all of our neurons were sparkling at that point. It was one of the biggest victories that I've ever had on this show, but that was so many years ago. It's unfortunate that I can't just be doing that when people come in. There is a big component of it is just work on this show. Sometimes it's just work. We just have to do the work. Yeah, that was a good moment. What the hell happened here? Why did it do that with Goof Off? What in the world? I need to brush my circuit board and get my toothbrush here. You just toothbrush, brush your teeth, brush your circuit board. Sparkly. The Goof Off bridge. That's where I got my first kiss at Goof Off Bridge. Goof Off is like flavored acetone. It is a chemical that is designed to remove stuff that's goofy, or I don't know. That doesn't really make any sense. Goofy's not. I almost feel like I'm saying something I shouldn't. No, it's designed to remove stuff that's like sticky, and it's a harsh chemical. And I use it to clean electronics. A lot of people don't like. No, Goo-Gone is like the padded room of Goof Off's Hell in a Cell. Because this stuff melts things. You can't use it on rubbery plastic. It's orange scented acetone. Let's just consider it that. There's some other spicy stuff in there, but am I finally at a point where I'm finally rid of those infernal foam Q-tips? I hate these foam Q-tips that I've had for centuries. I was sent a lot of them by somebody, and they are awful because they're completely unrenewable. Foam, that's plastic. The handle of the thing, that's also plastic. At least with Q-tips, it's a paper product, which is supposedly biodegradable to a degree. You've seen it in machine shops. I don't know where I first cued into using Goof Off, but for cleaning circuit boards, it is very good because you're not leaving the plastic to be exposed to it for a long time. You're just simply, cotton, which is also a plant product. I don't use flux paste mainly because I'm old school and don't do enough stuff anymore. Well, I would love to get an ultrasonic cleaner. I just don't have one that would be big enough for all the stuff that I do, and I don't have room for it. I am not going to use brake clean on anything. I actually did use brake clean recently to remove grease from a ball bearing, which worked great, but it also sprayed brake clean off into the neighborhood. So I'm not too keen on using that stuff. That stuff is very spicy. We got a lot of dogs in this neighborhood. I don't want to be hurting anybody. The plastic Q-tips I found cool to be able to make the tiniest nozzles by melting them? Huh? See, what I do with Q-tips is either what I'm doing right now, which is cleaning flux, or I cut them and use them as little stirrers for epoxy and stuff. And these are actually Q-tip brands, so I can say that. There's just so much flux. So maybe I need to spray it with alcohol. Cleaning up stuff like this is always annoying. Actually, we could have done cell phone repair today. I need to put a new glass on my Pixel 6, which apparently requires a garrote. You have to actually put a wire through the screen and go back and forth. Anybody here who hasn't watched Ooh to Oh, pop in there and see what he's all about, because he's definitely got a lot more viewers than I do. That man is popular. What do we got? Phosgene gas. What is going on in chat? Acetone, ethylbenzene, xylenes, and methanol for the fruity aftertaste on the Pro Strength version. Whatever. My office is officially full. Listen, I've been living that life for a while and I've gone vertical. You can see everything's been creeping up. You can call me bother. That's okay. Look, it's like all of these people who are flipping the fuck out about pronouns, and it's like, dude, I call people remdog cap, and like, you know, somebody was Trumple Foreskin in the chat. It's like we call people alternate names all the time. So why not just do somebody the favor if they feel strongly about it? So yeah, you can call me bother. That's totally fine. Are we doing benzene? What are we doing here? I'm gonna try alcohol on this because look at that. That shit's still all over this board. It's bugging me. What was so adamant about the flux that was in all the stuff that I use? Why is it so disgusting? All right, I need a lot of paper towel, pinter towel. Yeah, don't fucking bother me when I'm streaming. God, what is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. No, do you have something to ask? Are you gonna ask me something? Ask away. No inhibition here. People try all kinds of chemicals to see what's best. Yeah, I pump all kinds of shit through my body. It's the knockoff of bother. No, that's Fry's Electronics. They stole my idea. They stole my logo. Oh, is this thing empty? Wait, which one had alcohol in it? I bought just loose alcohol, like a bottle of alcohol, right? A bottle of electronics rubbing alcohol. And then I got these containers that are air pressure containers, and I think there should be enough pressure in this one still. These things are super duper well sealed. I got this because I can't help but continue to spill stuff on my keyboard, and then I have to give it a complete and utter electronics bath. Welding on a part that's been cleaned with brake clean. The red brake clean. The green brake clean is okay to do that with, but red brake clean you have to completely let dry, or else it releases some absolutely heinous shit. And also welding on chrome is another thing you should absolutely and 100% avoid. Soldered using a stencil for small parts. Yes. And actually, when you get a circuit board made, if you go through like Seed Studio, there is a thing you can check to get a stainless steel plate that has all of the locations of solder lasered out of it. And you just simply put a bunch of solder paste on it and get like a spackle brush, or like a paint spackle, and you can just wipe across, and that'll deposit exactly enough solder for all of your joints. You then do the pick and place thing. You can do that just by hand, and you can put all your chips down, and they can be a little bit crooked because the surface tension does the coolest thing when everything heats up. You put it in like a toaster oven, and a toaster oven that you're never going to use again, and everything just kind of moves into place. I've been meaning to do a toaster oven. It's just Wexo, again, sent me that oven, and it's got the smallest viewport ever. So I've been meaning to get a proper like garage sale toaster oven, because I've got the cameras. We certainly have the microscope. I can get some of those views that are in all the viral videos that get thousands of people watching them, but not my show. It's got like billions of upvotes on Reddit. None of you people post stuff anywhere on social media. And I'm not allowed to a lot of the time. Like live stream fails doesn't let me post a goddamn thing. I'm brushing my circuit board. We've hit rock bottom. But yeah, all those viral videos, we can get footage like that of everything kind of arranging itself, etc. I think there's a personal like promotion Wednesday or something like that, which is not a very good, what is that called? Not onomatopoeia. What is that called? Everything starts with the same first letter. That's looking a little cleaner. Brush your circuit boards every day. Time to make a TikTok account and post those clips. I seriously should go through all the stuff that you guys have clipped, because there's some good stuff in there. There's, of course, the ubiquitous capacitor exploding that almost went viral. That had like 7,000 views in a week. But other than that, I haven't really been able to crack that egg. Mostly because I'm not going to mess around with high voltage. You guys, like, I do this as, like, I don't have a 9 to 5. And I really don't want to blow all of my diabetes equipment up because that stuff is really expensive and I have it scheduled. So I don't mess with Tesla coils. I don't mess with high voltage very much. We do AC stuff every now and then. And I tried to do a stream where I blew up LEDs, but it turns out they changed the formula. Welcome to my social toothbrush stream. They changed the formula of the epoxy that they use on LEDs. My brother and I, back in the early, we're very old, early 90s, we would go through our toys and stuff and we would take the LEDs and connect them to 9-volt batteries. And of course, in classic LED fashion, it would get very bright very quickly, then nothing, then a little smoke, and then it would go and it would actually fire out a little piece of epoxy because that chip would get so hot that you had the state changes of matter going on with the epoxy, and so it created high pressure steam that needed to get out, high pressure smoke that needed to get out. And they changed the formula, those bastards. So now LEDs don't explode. We hooked them up to AC. We were so desperate at the end of that stream. Apparently STEM content does well on TikTok. I don't really want the personal information stealing app, though. I don't know if I want to stoop to that, but STEM content in 5 seconds. Some of my better rants I could probably turn into the TikTok content. I miss those. I remember them getting super bright and then nothing. Yeah, that's all they do now. That's all they do now. We still need to remove one of the connectors. I just got really mad at the circuit board for being so filthy. I guess I never did the finishing work on it, but the toothbrush and alcohol. That sounds like my go bag. The toothbrush and alcohol has done the trick. I'm feeling a lot better lately. I don't know what was up with me the past couple weeks. I was really kind of like low energy for what I do. But we're gonna get back to burn the subs. We got to get that running, which means software. That means software. Ah, what is that? My wife is full-time content creator. Post TikTok daily. Huh. Well, right now I am posting to YouTube daily, so that algorithm had better find me. All of my terrible videos from 2021, I'm uploading daily. Software is not easier if you're not good at software. It might be totally easy for you to do software, but for me it is like pulling teeth. It is the antithesis to ADHD and electronics, physically working on electronics. It bugs me, but we need software. We have a shaky alliance with software. We need it to function properly here and do really cool stuff. I've done some really cool stuff with LEDs and matrices in the past. We had an escape key, a giant escape key that I made a grid of RGB LEDs on, and then I let chat control it. But one of the big things that we need to do to burn the subs is we need to get it away from that Raspberry Pi, because with Node-RED I can do much more powerful stuff. Node-RED would allow me to censor names in sort of a more agile way. This is not working, by the way. What is going on here? I do software for work. I avoid it at all costs. I would love to do something with ladder logic. That would be an absolutely hilarious thing to do. Just 500 relays doing ladder logic. Censor names, why would you ever? Okay, the thing about the board is that the entire purpose of the board is indeed to highlight the names that probably should be censored on Twitch, because Twitch is doing all the work for me censoring things. And I should not tell you guys, but there are certain things that I am not going to allow on the board. And if I say what they are, you guys will toe that line. You'll go right up to that line. And I don't want you to toe that line because it can be a gray area, and you guys seem to thrive with very clear-cut rules. And it's just not something that I can clear-cut. I can't say exactly this is going to be banned, exactly that's going to be banned, because you guys you're red hat hackers. That's the audience that I've cultivated here. You guys will find the loophole, and I've seen you do it. Don't even try to deny that. I've seen you do it. I was there. I've been there for every stream except that one that I missed. And I see how you guys operate. And I also know that you guys will try to weasel your way out of blame for that. I've clapped back at people before, and then they just try to like wiggle the goalposts away. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. That's not what I meant. It's like, yeah, you did. My favorite is when people come into the channel and they try to get us to solve their homework. They're like, guys, I'm working on a project, and like if a train leaves for Denver at 12:45, you're like, is this a homework project? Well, no, but the part B of the question that I'm asking is, last thing that I hacked was 1942 and son of a blagger on the C64? What the hell? The point in a game when I get to like back into the files, and you can't do that as much anymore with all the way these game companies compress stuff, but back in the day when I'd be playing a game, the way that I would no longer have any desire to play the game would be when I go into the files and start messing around with stuff. You used to be able to just hack games like that. Oh, it's... man, how come I don't know about it then? I know my old games. I don't know my C64 is I think what it is. I don't really know the catalog of C64. Rob Oz linked me to a Ninja in what is it? Something Park. Why am I blanking on that? But there's a Lukash remix of that song, and it's super duper good. And Rob Oz linked me to it, and I was like, wait a sec, C64 is a thing. I've never messed around with it. Why are you fighting me? Hold on, let's grab that pen. And then heat it up. And oh, okay. Never mind. All right, now we got flux all over this thing. A little goof off and a Q-tip will probably handle that. I just want to make it nice and clean. I don't think we'll need anything with these pins, but these were just bypasses from a different plug that I don't use anymore. All right. No, that removed a lot of the little stuff that was inside of the pins there. All right, clean our stuff up, clean this stuff up. Since this is newer flux, it should probably go quietly. And I will be able to just remove it. Oh, I'm so glad I'm finally back to Q-tips. Now these will leave little hairs of stuff all over the place, right? If you get it caught on anything, but they're not plastic. They're not contributing to the microplastics in our brains. And that I appreciate. And I also spilled some on the desk, which means that the desk line where I spilled is now gone. I need to replace this mat. It's got a bubble in it. All right, so, wow, that desoldering gun really did a number on these. I should not use the desoldering gun on Seed Studio boards because that totally ruined it. Well, it didn't ruin it because we're not using those pins. So these are the only things that I need to plug in. This is going to be the 3-pin connector that will take the motor controller to the fan motor. So the fan motor is going to plug into a JST. So now we got to set up a JST over here. These are big. I don't know. I think maybe I should redo. So it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're going to redo this. So we're going to put our own wire on this so I don't have this ridiculously thin. And also I kind of want this wire for the RC car project because it's thinner than anything that I've got and good for the little RC car signal lines that run around. So what I'll do, I'll just flush cut these away. I'll leave a little bit of a pigtail so I know what connects where. Actually, wait, I've got I've got 3 more of these motor controllers. This is a pack for a drone, so you got 4 in a pack. They're pretty nice. They're what are these? BL32, which means you can program them. And they've got this little heat sink on it, and they're shrunk wrap, and they were $14. This whole global village of electronics is kind of crazy. I didn't expect to get a 40 amp 32-bit motor controller for $15 as a pack of 4. But these don't have a means by which to go in reverse, I don't think. or no, they don't have the special features of reverse that the car controllers do. I would have put this one in the RC car, and it could have packed in with all of the DOS Micro tiny stuff, but it didn't have anything like the specific double tap in order to go into reverse. So that's why this one isn't on there. But this could have controlled the RC car, which would have been pretty wild. It's so small. This one is for helicopters. I don't know what specific features airplanes have. Helicopters have all of their own, you know, specific tuning options. And so that's what BL Heli helps you adjust with this. Where are they buying that LED? What is that thing? It's like this hideous LED. Look at those FETs. Oh, it's conformally coded too. Or it's just dirty. What are oh geez, I'm shaking. Hold on. Free up storage space. Uh-oh. Hold on. I gotta do something. Uh-oh. My hard drives are filling up. We gotta go to here, and this is streamed on YouTube, and then I gotta go to my desktop where I have my really weird porn folder. Where are we? This is super. We'll go from Super Slicer desktop, and then we go to recording. I got to take all these files and I got to copy them over. Oh, what day is it today? Oh, I didn't update the. Hold on, I got to go to YouTube now. Oh my God. Edit the description in YouTube. Air date is not 102. It's 1505. Save. I don't know to what end that description is going to really be effective. Anyway, these are all already streamed to YouTube, so I'm going to cut. And I'm just going to save them for my own archive here. Hopefully they fit on this drive. They fit on the drive. It's a paltry 29 gigabytes of storage. Okay. Back then, hacking a C64 game was easy. Start with where on the screen the lives were displayed, and work my way back. Oh, that's awesome, to where the knops go. I wonder whether my old auto fire still works. The controller that we took apart that had all of the like the machine gun firing, the auto repeats and stuff, because the controller is just a shift register, right? It's just a shift register with all the buttons. And so what they did is they used 7400 series logic to make sure that you weren't pressing two opposite directions at the same time, which is actually a speedrunning tactic now. And then it also had a, oh, I forget what it was. I think it might have been a 555, but it had a timer that you would have going into a logic circuit. So you'd have an AND gate. So it's always getting pulsed, but then when it gets the AND of you pressing down the controller, the pulse comes out the other end. Very clever stuff, but all logic chips of all things. All right, I'm gonna get 3 similarly sized wires. Actually, we do need one thin one because that pad is very, very small indeed. I don't really know where this thing is gonna live either. No laser chips? What? If a burn the sub's laser head is fly over its x-axis at 800 millimeters per second. We had to do stuff like that. In order to figure out how many steps per millimeter and all that stuff. We're going to get back into it. I promise you this, chat. But I've needed a little bit of freedom to work on other stuff around here. Okay, so I need to find wires before anything else. Let me find wires here. Let me find some wire, what I can attach to my motor controller, and then we can attach that to this circuit board, and then we need to get into the... I knew this would take forever today. This is just one of those things. It's also Friday, and we're getting highly distracted by literally anything. Here's some wire. That looks like it might heat up. Maybe we want to test that. That looks a little bit thin for the power. Those are slightly thicker, but they're not that much. Let's see here. Let's just see what happens. Let's attach some wire to this thing, and then we'll fire it up with 24 volts, and we'll see if the wires get hot, because we have thermal imaging. The thermal imager is a bit of a shortcut that typically you wouldn't have to take. we did look up a lot of the currents to see what these various types of connectors can actually handle. I have a feeling this stuff is going to heat up, but oh, and I'm out of a lot of it too. I don't have a lot left. Look at those empty spools. Only 3 of these left, huh? Let me get 18 gauge. I think I have 18 gauge in the back. Hold on. I'm gonna go. Hold on. You guys just hold on right there. You guys wait just right there. You guys just hold on. Just wait right there. I'll be over here. I'm gonna get a spool of red and black wire that is slightly larger. This stuff is too big. This stuff is Goldilocks. I think I'm out of the stuff that I'm thinking of. I have a bunch of thicker gauges, but yeah, this will do. Actually, this might be the original thickness. Yeah, I think it is. That's not going to crimp too well, the JST. It is actually thinner than the original, so. Yeah, it's just whatever was on Amazon. Just because I have Prime, so I need to use it. Need to justify it. Of course, they're bringing ads to Prime. What a great feature. I'm so happy. What are they thinking? So this is, I don't know, this might be too thick. Damn it. I want something between, I need like 20 gauge. Let's try the thin stuff and see what happens. So I have thin and then thinner. And thinner will be for the signal wire, and thin will be for the power lines. We'll just see what happens. Really, what did they do to returns? I have to return a puppy sweater that didn't fit Willow. It was way too small. They showed it on a corgi in the listing. I don't know what the hell corgi they found that was so small. Willow is not a big dog. Well, she's a medium-sized dog, but she's not big for a corgi. She's actually a little bit petite for a corgi. And yet, somehow, in the listing, they had this fucking corgi wearing the sweater. It was the cutest thing ever. The ads are looking into your soul. My soul. Here, watch this. Shut up. This is bugging me and I need to re-spool it. I'll do that later. I'm not going to do it right now. Oh God, but the extra wire is pulling it out. Okay, fine. Disorganization always seems to win around here. Okay, so this stuff, I could crimp it to the JST, but I think what I want to do first is just test to see if it gets warm when it's operating this fan. Now this is a 40 amp controller. Doesn't mean it's going to use 40 amps. The inrush current of this thing starting the motor might get up there, and it might be such a quick current spike that I'm not going to be able to see it on the cheapo power supply display. We might get it, but I could use the current probe, a pretty nice current probe that I have, but that would mean we need to turn on the multimeter the oscilloscope, but the oscilloscope takes a full minute to turn on. I thought it was broken at first when I first got it and powered it on. It's actually amazing. I love that scope to death, and I wish we could use it a little bit more. But the time will come. But yeah, I'm not going to bother with that right now. How'd you know what you need without AI ads? AI aids. Okay, let's see here. Get a little bit of this stuff on here. So to pre-tin the wire, that makes it solder down to the pad easier and holds it together a little bit. Because when you're doing solder to solder, it works amazingly. If you do solder to copper, it will eventually wick its way onto all the leads, but it's much more clumsy. And you can kind of tell when people do that, because you'll have a blob of solder and you will have your wires going into the blob of solder, but the solder hasn't really fully sort of wicked its way into the strands of wire. And you see a lot, especially on old and corroded stuff. Especially things that were hastily built in factories. Why are my tools all in my way? Okay, everybody get out of my way. I need to solder things. All right, back over to here. Oops. Oh, this is desperately trying to free up space before my hard drive fills and my computer crashes to a screaming halt. because I very intelligently save all of my VODs onto the hard drive of the computer, but not the platter drive. I save it onto the C drive, and then I have to transfer 97 gigs from one drive to the other. It's because I'm smart. That's why I do these things. Come on now. One thing about this is that this is a high current trace. It may not look like it. I mean, they tried to miniaturize this thing as much as possible, but there is a bar of metal attached to one of these at least, and it takes up a lot of room on the PCB. They did everything they could to make a high current trace that wouldn't heat up. What that means is that I am now tasked with putting all of this heat into that trace. You can see the whole thing is hot as a result, because all my heat is being wicked away. So I need to get I need to be the violent one. I need to be the one that has all that momentum. So I am going to use the big iron so that I can come in with something that has a lot of stored heat. And that stored heat will help my 300 watt iron keep up with all of the heat that's wicking away. And hopefully that will get this off of there more easily. And without imparting too much heat into the rest of the thing and damaging stuff. This thing is designed entirely to remove heat from itself. Like clean off the iron, make sure we're nice and clean. In addition to that, I could actually, listen, I have played Fallout New Vegas a lot. And every time I refer to this iron, I make the same joke. And nobody responds to it at all. Not a single person. So I have stopped making that joke. And then as soon as I make that decision, you come in here and make that joke. That's what that is from my standpoint. Big iron on his hip. It's like when you say something too quietly in class and your friend repeats it and they get all the credit for the good joke. That's happened to me. It's happened to most everybody, I guess. Why am I shaking? It's because of my wrist position. Positioning your wrist is 90% of stability in electronics. People always are telling me, my hands shake too much to solder. Most of the time, that's not true. And I know there's always a counterexample because somebody always has a counterexample. But most of the time, you can get by if you just have proper hand positioning. You need to stabilize your limbs on the desk, on the clamp, on the vise. Even just putting a pinky finger onto something solid is enough to hold you steady. See, like this is actually the shakiness of my hand. I do have pretty steady hands, although I guess today I'm just a little... It's probably after moving that freaking gun safe to the basement. That did a number on me. My friend insisted that we use moving straps. And I said we should have used the furniture dolly because we could have gone down step by step. But instead, we use furniture straps. And so I'm at the top of this 350-pound safe with the furniture strap going from my arm under this thing, from both of my arms to under this thing. And unable to breathe, barely able to move, all of my muscles are screaming. And the furniture straps are like magic. You can pick stuff up that's really heavy, and you don't even realize that it's very heavy because you're using your legs primarily. Legs and shoulders to support everything. Your legs are big muscles. They can do quite a bit of really good work. What pin am I soldering? Hold on a second. Glad we have others of these, for example. So actually, I'm soldering the positive lead. That should be red. You don't realize how much work you're doing. Yeah, I moved in a gun safe. It was about time that I bought one because if nieces and nephews are ever going to be around, I need that peace of mind to have an actual... all that stuff in one place and safe in a safe. But yeah, when we got it downstairs, I couldn't move. I couldn't get footing. Finally got down, and it was, that's fine, but now my body is like ruined as a result. So during this stream, I've been like trying to, I like stretched a little bit, and my, like a whole back muscle seized up. I'm not one of these people that's constantly complaining about their back. My back is pretty healthy. I'm careful about sitting positions and posture and stuff like that. If you're sitting like a shrimp right now, sit up. Don't be an idiot. You're gonna feel that shit in 10 years. Along with all the microplastics. We're gonna see if thin wires are good enough. That's a big move. Most people just leave them moving. This isn't like, I don't know, you probably have a totally different picture in your mind about what I got. It's not an enormous super duper safe. It's just a lockable cabinet with pretty thick doors. I'm going to put a little USB brick in there that'll be connected to the lights, and I'll be motion activated lights. I have an old USB charger that I can use. Of course, that means I have to recharge the old charger, so. Steve Wolfram streams on Twitch and has like 50 viewers. The Pendleton Ward, who made Adventure Time, also streams on Twitch. Or no, is it Pendleton? It's one of the, it might be the artist. Pendleton is the artist, isn't he? Streams on Twitch and also has a pretty small audience. A buddy of mine's a big fan of Adventure Time, as am I. And he's like, yeah, like personal interactions with the guy. Pretty cool. My wrists ache talking about this. Mine are a little bit tired. But yeah, that's my excuse for shakiness today, is that I'm still recovering from moving a safe. I'm at an age where it takes multiple days for something like that to recover. It wasn't terribly heavy. I mean, people bench that all the time. We also got all the stuff in there too, which required me going to every single nook and cranny in the house. Like, oh, where did I leave that? Oh, that's over there. Oh, there's a loose round over here. Like, where did the tip that I was? Oh, yeah, it's right here. They're weird and not on any schedule I've been able to, they're weird and they're not on any schedule I've been able to figure out. Huh. I've seen like a couple minutes from one or two, but they seem pretty chill. That's crazy what you'll find on Twitch. That's why I like the platform. I believe in the platform. That's why I watch the platform. And yet, there are some streamers who are like, why would you watch Twitch on the off hours? It's like going into the office after work and hanging out with everybody. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, what are you talking about? There's something special about it. But these YouTubers, these content creators, don't kind of understand that. All right, so we need to get a signal into this thing. How should I do that? I mean, I could do it with an RC remote. Just do this. Hold on. Grab this over here. We don't know if this is going to be a complete failure or not yet, so I don't want to put too much work into it. I used to have a servo tester, something that I could use to control a servo, but the control was on a little like wheel, and it was not very good. Also let me current test stuff, but who's new? Oh, Speedy sent me. Hey. Sorry, I didn't see your message. This tactical rip. Yeah, Speedy's pretty cool. He's putting together something that's like send over of like various, because I guess when he does a project, he buys like 10,000 of anything that he needs. So he has a bunch of like cool stuff that I can use to, I don't know, make synthesizers stuff with. So that should be pretty fun. Sorry, I didn't see your message earlier. Things have been flying by and I've been trying to get stuff done. Now what? Let's see. We need power supply. I still have this in 3-lead mode. And 3-lead mode is for synthesizers. I'll just use 2 out of the 3. What up, Chester? Is it snowing yet? I haven't been able to even look outside. I've been stuck in a basement. See this? See this? See this? See that? See this? See that? See that? Do you see that? Do you see do you see that? I haven't been outside. I don't know what's going on out there. There could be fire. There could be, it's just anything, really. Is it on fire? That's one of my favorite Deltron lines. This ghetto's cool, but it's on fire. That's just such a nonchalant. That's from the projects. The, what is it? Automator, Deltron, or not Deltron, just Dell. No, sorry, Handsome Boy Modeling School. That's what it's from. Jeez. I don't have the ability to remember things. My memory has long since just kind of given up. It became brittle and flaked away. How am I going to control you? I mean, I could do. I would need to share a ground if I did that. Mostly just anarchy and fire. I guess I'll do RC control, even though that'll be kind of weird. It'll always be on, and I can't really. I don't know how effective that'll be. But let me go grab my little test setup over here, and we can take one of the outputs, and we can do a ground and whatever that output is. This is my test setup. It's a giant 1S battery hooked up to a whatever these DC motors are called, these like brushed DC motors that they use in all of the little hobby cars, and then I've got 2 servos on the 2 other channels. So I was using this in order to initially get that radio up to fruition, up to snuff. So what I can do is I can take I sort of want the throttle, but I guess I can take the steering, and I can plug. Do I have a derelict hobby connector? I think I do. I think I have a derelict hobby connector. I wanted to race RC cars around today, but I had to stream. I guess I could have gone to like a random parking lot and then raced RC cars around for fun. Groovy something linked me to a stream of 1/24th scale RC car racing, and those little things are fast. They really zip around. It was basically just your standard carpet layout, but holy crap. Wait a minute, not these. Oh, I know where I'll find one. On this thing. Nope, I already took it. Damn it. Shit. Where is the connector? I don't want to steal it off of something. I want to find an actual like loose one. There might have been one in here. Let me check in the wire bin. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find it in this thing. Ooh, I can feel my legs are tired. How did I take myself out for 2 days from moving one heavy object? I think it was all the top of the stairs bending down, because that was rough. I could have sworn I chucked a thing in here. Those would have been useful a minute ago. Where, oh where, oh where, oh where? Aha! Found it. I have a memory like a steel trap. Oh, this is actually a temperature sensor for a charger, for a battery charger, so I can't use that. Never mind. I thought I found the right thing. I think I did drop one of those little hobby servo connectors down here, but if I can't find it, then we'll just use like a random thing, clips and whatnot. Yeah, not finding it. All right, so give up on that. Move along. Alan Rain. 1, 2, 3. Would be in here. Ah, nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, so how am I going to hook up to this thing? I guess I'll just use clip leads. Oh, owie, my legs. You need to waste an hour and a half. Do a stream intro. But thank you. I'll be here all night. Okay, where is a servo connector? I don't know if I have any orphaned servo connectors, but we do have this one over here. The one that's on... Oh, we don't. Oh, because I cut it and I soldered a thing to it. Okay. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Well, well, well. We meet again. Let's see. What do we have? What's this one? Oh, this one goes to... Okay, yeah, we can just steal this. Perfect. Cool. Now we have our connector. It was staring me in the face this whole time. Dumb. So signal, we are not doing power. We're going to provide power from the battery over here. So this whole branch of the setup is going to be on its own. And actually, oh no, but I need this to be plugged in because this has the 5-volt regulator in it. This is going to power, or whatever, 4.5, 6. I don't know what the power requirements are over here, but that's what this is going to do. So this battery is going to power our voltage regulator, which will power up our radio. Our signal will just be signal and ground, and that'll be coming from this radio. And then I have to pair it with my controller. We're putting a wireless thing in here needlessly, but I don't have anything set up that can do direct servo control. I could just write a program in Arduino in like 2 minutes, but we're not going down that road. It would be fun. I mean, it would be kind of a cool little thing. Just kind of quickly program up a servo tester. So this is channel 1. And I guess I'll just do wire to wire on this. Wire to wire, wire to wire. Wire to wire. Please, please just stay there. What we're doing is we're going to see if when we give this thing 24 volts, because 24 volts won't heat things up as much than if I had like 5 volts powering this whole thing. All right, you raise the voltage and you lower the current. V equals IR. So with 24 volts running to this thing, is it possible that running the fan will not heat up this thinner wire? Otherwise, I have to go to the only other stuff I have, which is 18 gauge, which is harder to crimp into a JST. But I mean, if the JST can handle 5 amps, okay. I don't know if Ooh's still here, but I forgot to suggest another one of the creators like us on Twitch is Flatulent Gonad, and he doesn't have a schedule, but he fairly regularly streams project stuff too. Not partnered. I would like him to get partnered, but I'm not cool enough. I'm not cool enough to get other streamers partnered. I think for a little while that was like a pride thing among the bigger streamers on the platform, where they'd like, oh yeah, I got my mods partnered because I'm so popular. I think that's kind of what Roboz did with me. For a long time, we had a lot of dudes from Roboz in here. I had some Tanto people too. That was fun. They're all gone now. They all died. All right, so we are at 5 volts on the power supply. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This is a lot of power. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 volts. I ain't dead yet. Walrus, those were the days. We had a lot more people, yeah. Rip in peace. Ripperoni. Rest, rip in peace. No, my favorite is the automated teller ATM machine. Okay, ground, ground, ground. Signal. That's only one signal. Power, big power, little power. So if I pair the radio, let's get the radio out. I think the steering is going to control the speed of the fan. Here's the fan. Oh, we get to see how loud this housing is too. What am I doing? This is already paired, so actually if I turn these on, so that's moving with my throttle when I gun the throttle. Flatulent Gonad deserves to be a partner. Incredible science and technology content. I agree. He is the owner of Floppy Droid. So that's off. That's an idle. Full power. No heat. 2.7 amps. It's definitely not quiet. Okay, a little bit of heat. A little bit of heat. What's up, Groovy? I actually mentioned a minute ago how you were we were watching 124th Racing last night. Not a lot of viewers on Twitch, but they were also Facebook streaming it. All right, let me plug in the hose. See if it's any quieter running through the entire hose. Ba-bonk. It's making all those hose noises. We're looking to see if the wire gets hot. Not as much air as I thought it would be. It is going through kind of a long hose, but my hair is very heavy. They had it up on YouTube. Oh, you got a big delay? Your internet's acting fucky again, as usual. It's drying out my eyeballs. Oh, now everything smells like my beard. Now my tongue's dry. It's really not that powerful. But at slow speeds, it's quiet, and that's the important part. How in the hell? It's all warm. Look at that. Air coming through the fan motor has heated this tube. Look at that. That's amazing. I mean, this thing is just warm. It's not that hot. So I don't think it's going to be a big strain on everyone. Full power is 2.6 amps. Okay, that just drew 6 amps from 24 volts. But that's with incredible restriction on the fan. My supply leads are heating up. Ooh, 0 concurrent viewers on YouTube. Awesome. Here, take your own air back. Throw fine glitter in it to test the powder. Yeah. I'm good. My hair is too luxuriously volumized. No! It's Maybelline! Oh my god! So what are we looking at here? The motor got kind of toasty. Although it's barely warm. So the thermal imager is, of course, exaggerating a lot of what's going on here. This was moving up to 6 amps, although I think it's good for 40, which is insane. I don't know what would be using 40. It's a shame this thing doesn't have the reverse settings, because that with the RC car would be really, really cool. Because it's got all that programming stuff from BL Heli, but I don't think there's any way for me to flash it to have motor controller features, because I would have put all of the electronics under this bar right here. That would have been amazing. I could have put the radio under there, I could have put the gyroscope under there, all that stuff under that bar, and then it would be fully out of the way for when I crash this thing at 1,500 miles an hour. I need to retape this to the side, but I think this is all tuned up and ready to go. I do want to see how fast this is, but I don't think I have sunlight at the end of stream, unless I end early, which I'm not going to do. Actually, we've already passed the point of ending early. So yeah, I think the next time we get together, we're going to have to... I basically put these 3 into a JST connector, and that'll plug into there. We'll stash this somewhere, I don't know where. I guess the LED doesn't really, it's not really doing anything in the system. But I may need to reprogram this so that it takes this PWM frequency. I'm hiccuping a lot. So that it takes the PWM frequency of Klipper. Or we modify Klipper to do the PWM frequency of a hobby controller. Got about 20 minutes of light left. Yeah. Reduce the exhaust diameter, run it at a low RPM. I guess it depends on if you need volume or precision. We just need air to cool the filament. So, I mean, I want to keep that diameter wide enough so that we're just throwing a whole bunch of air at the filament, right? But this thing will be able to make an absolute tornado. A link for fan music? How about you put that in the funny section of the Discord instead of in here? I guess you can if you want to. It's just not that I can open it. Oh yeah, that's that little motor. This thing's helping too. Meow. That didn't do anything. I don't think it's capable of cooling itself down. I haven't set it to shuck, I've only set it to blow. What the hell? Oh, this camera's pointed weird. I didn't know that. You guys weren't supposed to see me from this angle. Oh my god. Ew. Okay. That camera was the 3D printer camera, and I put it on the tripod and just aimed it in a weird direction. I know. I look very fat from that angle, so I don't like it. Where the hell am I? You snuck up on your streamer. While he sticks an air hose in his face. I guess it's okay. It is kind of loud, though. I could put it in something. I don't remember the CPAP machine being this loud, but then again, it never got off of its lower settings. So when I'm printing, if I'm printing with the fan, it's going to be... I mean, that's not exactly quiet. I guess if I surround it with like a filter and everything, I could probably be a little bit less quiet. Because, I mean, we can see the impeller from where we are. So if I surrounded my 3D print with like foam... I know, I was looking at that. It looked like one of the Gonad cutaway scenes. Thurston looked like he was on this monitor over here. Oh, I don't know, Short Lurker, if you're here now, I don't know if I talked about the problem that I'm having, is that I'm able to reprogram this button with the new software that we put on this thing yesterday. I'm able to reprogram this button, and I have it go from point to point in a multi-point array. The problem with that is that I cannot adjust the number inside the multi-point array. I can't adjust it. What I can do is I can set this trim to change the position of channel 3, but all that does is allow me to adjust this number, right? I can adjust the amount here. So what this is doing is this is lowering the efficacy of the gyro. So that's off. And then 50 is where I have it set. But let's say negative 75 is the right one. So I press it, and it goes to negative 100, and it turns off the gyro. I press it again, it goes back to negative 50. So I got to live with that. I was thinking, if I really wanted to get into it, I could program my own menu option that would allow me to have one variable that would go from negative 99 to positive 100. But I don't quite understand all that's going on with that program yet. It's a lot of software to go through. There are locations for the menus, there are locations for the variables. If I can get all that together and get some, program, it would be programming it in a couple different places though. That's the problem. So, what's going on, Rendog? I'm measuring between 2 points, and the resistance is 2 point something kiloohms, and climbing because there's a capacitor. But I remove my leads and put them back, and suddenly the resistance is 2 mega ohms. Yeah, if you want to see even weirder stuff, let it climb, take the leads away, flip them, and put them on. And then you might get negative ohms. I know, I think... Whoa, what the hell? It made squeaking noises just a second ago. Hold on a minute. Will this keep? Okay, so it really starts at center position. It gets real aggressive real fast, too. Anti-resistance. Well, it works. And I think that wire size might be pretty good, as long as the blower setup is not too restrictive, because this starts to draw a lot of current. What? Yeah, that's just, I mean, it's just what happens. 2 kiloohms probably means it's going through, well, I don't really know. Maybe there's a 2K resistor, but it sounds like it's going through like a chip or something like that. Chip would be like 200K, I think. Yeah, what do we think? I don't know. This is like a super collider. We're sending all the neutrons to the super collider, and it's heating things up as they go. That really dried me out, having all that wind in my face. All right. I think I'm done for today. I have to go pet a puppy dog. You guys check out Uda if you get a chance. And, of course, everyone should be watching... Oh, this thing is going to beep when it doesn't get a signal. It's going beep, beep, beep. I got to turn that off. It's making my fan blower beep. Trying to find the bozo particle. We are all clowns this fine day. I'll have to turn off the beeping with no signal. I think whenever it's powered, though, the Klipper's going to be powered too, so... Yeah, it's doing the... like if your battery runs out and your drone crashes, this thing uses the motors to beep for as long as it can, so that you can find your... Could you stop? There you go, okay. Jeez, I have so many power supplies running to this thing, I don't know which direction is up. All right, so we know that we can use that wire size. I need to get a JST connector on it. We can then get this thing back. I can figure out what DB connector pins it's going through, so that I can plug the fan into here. The other connections will plug into these two, and then these are for the stepper motors. Then we can pull this power supply out maybe and put wires that go underneath, and then skip over to hopefully a header that has 24 volts and a pin that I can output on. It would be nice if they were in a row, and it seems like DuPont connectors and JSTs all carry enough current to run this thing, although the 4 and 5 amps should be pretty rare. The blower motor does draw 4 and 5 amps, up to 6 actually, when it is fully restricted, and I don't want it to be fully restricted. Problem is, it is kind of loud, so if I put something over that, in order to quiet it down, that's going to be another resistance that it's going to have to deal with. And then the amperage is going to go up. So got a lot of considerations there. I didn't crash my drone. I'm fine. Actually, I have crashed every drone that I've owned, except for the one that I never flew. There was one that I put together. I spent all this time getting everything perfect, and I was going to put a camera on the front that tilts with the drone, and I never got that done, and I never was able to fly it. What I needed to do was get 2 chairs and tie it up with strings between the 2 chairs so that I could adjust all the PID stuff in order to get it stable, and I never did that. I never got to that step. I was all about building it. I did a really nice job making my own radio and stuff, my own radio PCB. Had a picture of a drone on the back. Why would you put a picture of the shrink ray on the shrink ray? Anyway, okay, yeah, so that's it for me. I will be back soon, but I'm not doing Saturday because I need to upload VODs. I've got 295 videos that are all 5 hours long, and I need to go through them and find all of the stuff that's happening, so that when I'm finally done doing this, I'm going to come back to those streams and be able to make videos about the projects that I've done. That's how we move this channel forward at this point. I need to get unlazy. I've been too lazy. That'll be sitting down at my computer and just editing, edit. Good Lord. All right. Anyway, you guys have a good time. Be crazy out there and do stuff with electricity that should never be done. And I will talk to you guys on Tuesday. I was going to say like at the latest, or I think